Hey everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good night. Welcome to the 10th annual Transformative Justice and Abolition Criminology Conference. It has been 10 years since we've had this amazing conference of activists, scholar activists, abolitionists, academics, people on the street doing whatever we can to bring justice to this world. This conference is free, public, and recorded. It is sponsored by Save the Kids from Incarceration. We have a Venmo. I'll put in the chat. Venmo is Save the Kids from Incarceration. We are a grassroots organization. We do not get any monies regarding a form of the nonprofit industrial complex. We are very happy to sponsor this event. This is my third event, or third year chairing the event. We ask that if you have any questions or comments, please put them in the chat. And that is to deduce the possibility of having um, people taking it over, trolling the event. We've had some security issues in the past and everything. Um, see, can everyone? I think that'll probably be better. Um, Regarding if that was a possibility if speakers, if anyone can hear me and everything. So, the difference of transformative justice and like regarding like restorative justice, I'll just give a little feedback or a little background to that. Both are kind of used sometimes simultaneously and almost the same, equated as the same. But like transformative justice is all around like changing everyone or justice impacted or whatever with the system, that the system is the harbinger of so much oppression to people of color, to um regarding class, sexism, racism, homophobia, transphobia. There's obviously a reason why um the prison industrial complex is very huge and takes on many forms in the United States. It's the largest prison population, probation, registered, uh, parole, immigration, everything in the United States, larger than any country that has existed thus far. So yeah, so we have an amazing group of activists and presenters speaking all day. So if you can be in the whole uh, conference, that's fabulous. Please share as much as you can. This event is sponsored by Save the Kids. It is uh, the Zoom and the technology is brought to you by the Salt Lake Community College and also by the Transformative Justice Journal and Poetry Beyond the Walls and Wisdom Beyond the Walls. So we have a fantastic uh, group of people. But my name is Lucas Dici. Maybe I said that. I am an adjunct professor of prison education at Adams State. I'm also a PhD student of philosophy and aesthetics and art um, through the Institute for Doctoral Studies for Visual Arts. I've published quite a few books, mostly about my time incarcerated. I also some books on like fiction and a lot of poetry. I'm also running or part of the Gladys uh, the Orca for President as part of a way to bring awareness to animal liberation and as well as alternative to the ruling class and everything. So, without further ado, I will let Doreen, um, the first speaker, talk. Let me just get the uh, first. first speaker here. Let's see here. Doreen Nanyajo will be talking on protecting children with mental disorders in Uganda. Doreen Nanyajoji is a female Ugandan that graduated with a bachelor's in human resource management at Korea University. She is the founder of African Legacy of Young Generation, an NGO that assists children and the youth better than the lives in the rural areas of Uganda. And this organization has been running from 2007, um, help other organizations in the United States as the overall mission to stop the school to prison pipeline, where she and her team have been helping children of incarcerated persons in Uganda through providing food and other basic needs to these children. She has collaborated with Hand to Globe, an organization in the United States, where she has been able to reach out to school children in the rural areas of Uganda. She has also worked with children with autism and Down syndrome through assisting them with their physical activities and also acquiring some skills in occupational therapy. She is currently working in film impact movement that helps youth acquire the knowledge and skills in the film industry. So I am just going to hand it over to Doreen. Doreen, are you there? Hello.
Yeah, hello, I'm here, but my network is so bad. So
Okay.
can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I think it's a morning that side, so good morning. It's night this side, it's 8 p.m. So my name is Doreen. Like Lucas has talked about what I do and who am I. So according to my abstract, I'm going to talk about the things that I'm going to expand on the things that I talked about in the abstract. So first, I'm going to give you a brief background of on how we started, on how I started personally with working in this organization. It's called African Legacy of Young Generation, and we started by partnering up with another organization here. And majorly, it was looking out for the kids of the incarcerated because here the system doesn't support these children. Once you get incarcerated, it's upon the relatives, or if someone doesn't have relatives, they just end up being taken to orphanages and all that until when the parents are out of the prisons. So we started with that, and then we looked out for these children of the incarcerated. We formed as a special group in the areas of Uganda, and these were all children of the incarcerated, but are in a bad state. So me and my team and another organization that we partnered up with, we we had to sit down and come up with a plan uh, on how to help these children. And we agreed that we would first of all take them to school because we realized that most of them weren't going to school because no one was there to pay for the school fees, what you call tuition. So we had to get money from our pockets and from our friends. So we did like fundraising from our friends and family to ensure that these children, first of all, go to school and get the school requirements and also get some food so that they can, they can move on with life. So we've been doing this with them from 2020. That was one of the projects that we did with these children. Uh, we did that in 2020 after COVID because it hit a lot and it affected so many children, and some started getting displaced. So we had to look for them and put them together in that orphanage, and we had to look out for them in one place. And we still do the same thing. So every year, at least like twice a year, we always go there and take them some requirements and some school fees. So we're sponsoring also some other kids because we're also not like don't have like a lot of money, so we cannot sponsor everyone. So we chose those that totally have no one, and their parents are being incarcerated for a long time, and some are on a life sentence. So we had to take them on, look out for them, pay for their school tuition, and I was glad that they're in an orphanage, so we don't have to shelter them. There's somewhere where they can be sheltered. So we just have to pay for their school fees and give them some school requirements and yeah, take them some food. And sometimes actually every Christmas we always go there, have a Christmas party with them because it is a very deep rural area. It's called a village. We call it here a village. So they rarely eat some of the stuff that we usually eat, and they rarely have some fun as kids. They don't have the toys that maybe some other kids have. So we do all this every Christmas. We collect a lot of toys for them, take a lot of clothes to them, and we have some fun, play some music, add some cake, and have some food together. Play some games with them. So we're still doing that. So it is. So when Lucas told me about the transformative justice and the Abolition Criminology Conference, I was really thrilled because the justice system here in Uganda is not really straight, and I don't really have a lot of knowledge when it comes to that. I don't really know how to even help these people that are that are actually incarcerated unfairly because the system is so broken and you cannot fight the government, you cannot fight those people that are in power. So we just have to help their kids because that is what we can do. And that is what we're still doing. And I'm happy we're doing that. And maybe if anyone out there wants to also be part of what we do for these children, you're welcome. And then about claim abstract also, currently we're looking at the mental health disorders, children with the mental health disorders, and I realized that these children in Uganda, because I've worked in the UAE under these children, I've worked specifically in Dubai, and these children in Dubai that have mental disorders are given too much support, like a lot of support, enough support for them to go through life. And when I came back to my country, I realized it's totally the opposite because here kids are looked at as uh, cursed, you know, like how can someone give birth to a child that is mentally disturbed? That is what they say. Maybe they actually put up myths onto these children that if someone is able to give birth to such a child, it means that the parents did something very bad. When maybe they're growing up or maybe when they're trying to get pregnant. So they attach a lot of bad uh, facts. No, we don't call them facts. They attach a lot of bad statements onto these children. So it makes these parents feel uncomfortable to let these children go socialize with the rest of the children, and also they don't actually go to school because they feel like that they're a harm to other children. They think that these children are going to harm their other kids, so they don't let them mix with other children in school, so that they don't go to school, they don't socialize with other kids, they don't go for therapy sessions, they actually don't do anything. They just wake up, given food, and stay in the house, and that's it. So we've been doing all these projects. Actually, even while we went to the orphanage, we realized there are also some other children that are mentally disorderly. And we call them the children with special abilities. So we found that there's so many out there in the rural areas, and they're not actually given any kind of support. And I came up with a plan with my team. I know it's a very huge one, and we thought actually that we could help these children in a way that, because yeah, it's very easy to acquire land as long as you have the money. Yeah, personally, I have a little bit of it, so it's easy to buy land, and then you do whatever you want on that land. It becomes yours permanently, and you don't have to pay taxes for it. So we say we would buy land and we build a school home facility, because as someone that worked in the UAE, Dubai specifically, I've I've gained a lot of knowledge and a lot of skills on how to handle these children and how to show them love and how to help them develop their skills, because the children with special abilities, that means they have the skills that can help them throughout their lives. So we came up with a project of building land, sorry, buying land and building a school stroke home facility, and this will have a lot of different sections, I would say. So we'll have a gym there, well, because these children will need to use the gym to strengthen their muscles. We'll have a little swimming pool for them. We'll have a music room. We'll have therapy sessions for them in that school home facility. And actually, I realized there's so many that are being abandoned. So we'll have a boarding section where some of them will be sleeping, and then a classroom where they'll be going for classes and all that, a science room, um, the sports side, the sports center. So they'll be doing a lot of things, because as I saw in Dubai, these children, the way that they're exposing them to different activities, and later on they pick out something that they're good at or they really love, and it helps them make some money, and also, you know, have a sense of purpose in life. So that is, well, one thing that I'm planning to do with my colleagues. And yeah, we've been doing that. We've been, planning on how to start and all that. So we've been identifying areas where we can buy the land, and yeah, so probably that is what we're doing currently. But then, as our project still also runs for the, we call it a December Christmas party project, because we always go there like twice in a month, but in December it's already like so big because people are always giving. So we carry a lot of stuff and give back to these children of the incarcerated, because the fact that the system is so bad and it's so broken, you cannot tell exactly when these parents will get out of the prisons to take care of their children. So it's upon us as people that can access these children to help them in all ways that we can. Yeah. So probably that is it. I have used a few minutes because I think I've said everything that I had to say. So thank you so much for listening. And over to you, Lucas.
Yeah, thank you so much, Doreen. I have a couple questions. We still have some time and everything. Can you talk about like other organizations that you work with, or like kind of what kind of people or how many people like on your like staff or whatever? Like, can you talk about that and maybe like the challenges of trying to build more schools and everything? Yep. The one of the Ray asked like what organizations do they dream to work with? Yep. Oh, all right. I've known Doreen for a long while and everything, and it's very interesting and important um that like organizing in like a imperialist country and everything, that Uganda is like literally people in Uganda is literally like building from the ground up with their schools and everything. So but you there, Doreen? Another question is, does Doreen know Stephen Ejo? He works with children there in the north.
I've known chat about them, but I would really love to link up with them. But there is one when we started. There was one organization. I think it was a group of friends that we tried to work with. It was actually I think he's the one. I don't know. He was called Stephen. Stephen. He calls himself Stephen Bobo and a friend. Actually, there are three. So that we're trying to work hand in hand with them. It wasn't very successful, so we couldn't go on with the partnership that we had established. I think there are some hindrances here and there, so we couldn't go. Actually, we initially were supposed to work with them on this. It was called Stop the School to Prison Pipeline, but we didn't cooperate. I weren't like very cooperative, so we couldn't work together. But I think it's called Steven. He's based in Ohio. We was working hand in hand with one of the organizations here that we actually partner up with. Yeah, it was called Steven Bobo. Yeah, if there's some other Steven here, I have no idea.
There's another question. What other organizations does your organization work for?
Our organization doesn't work for other organizations. It works as an independent organization, but we just partner. Yeah, and then internet as well.
Kind of breaking up there, Doreen. Still there?
Am I breaking up?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay. We missed the last 5 seconds of what you were trying to say.
Sorry.
Still there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, very much. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, can you hear me?
Yes.
You said you missed the last part.
Yeah, we lost you at your organization does.
I heard you talking. Okay, you about the organizations that we work with.
Yes.
Okay, I said we partner up with different organizations depending on the kind of project that we're doing, and for that. For the case of these children of the incarcerated, we actually started working with I don't know if it's an organization, but it has this, it's called Stop the School to Prison Pipeline. So it's a group of friends that are trying to help these children that were trying to help by then, and that was in 2020. So it was called Stop the School to Prison Pipeline. So majorly it was aimed at helping these children stay in school and going to prison because here when the kids don't go to school, they end up on the streets and doing all these crimes, like
Mm.
pickpocketing and doing the drugs and all that. So they end up going to prisons. So this project was aiming at keeping the children in school, uh, like to avoid them going to prisons. So we worked with them. They're based in Ohio. Was a group of a few friends that were handling this, but we weren't like we didn't. It wasn't a success because I think the issues that they had with an organization that they're working with straight. So first, we're just partnering up with them. So I think that the issues that we didn't get to clearly know, so we couldn't succeed. But they gave us a starting point on taking care of these children in the villages. So we had to take them on as an independent organization. But then whenever we were to go there, we always get these random groups of people that want to join us, and yeah, we go together. So it's not that we're working with specific organizations. It's just that when you have different projects that are running, different people come along, and they just work with us on that project. So we're not currently working with any specific organization. We're just getting random volunteers, random donors that are giving us stuff to take to these kids as well. That's what we've been doing until now.
I got another question or kind of comments. Someone had to leave, but they're very, very grateful to hear about your transnational work to disrupt carceral oppression and keeping, kids from the streets and everything, and doing that awesome work and everything. Do you have like like a couple comments about what other crimes or juvenile crimes that you're trying to stop as well? You mentioned pickpocketing.
Yes, I mentioned pickpocketing, and then I also mentioned the drugs. So when these kids don't be in school, they end up being on the streets doing drugs, and then of course, like they start. Sorry, my network is bad. And so I talked about the pickpocketing and then also doing the drugs, the Yankees, and then doing alcohol. And once they start doing that, so majorly it's pickpocketing because that is where the police comes in and arrests them because all of them are on streets doing that because that's the only thing that they can do to survive. So when they're not in school, they're just not keeping busy. So they just end up finding ways to survive. And that is the only way most of them try to survive because they're kids. That is one thing that they do aside from, take, because when they take drugs, they'll have the confidence to do the pickpocketing. So major, that is the biggest crime that these kids are facing on the streets. So we're trying to help them keep in school by sponsoring at least one. Someone can come out and be like, I'm going to sponsor one child in their primary levels. We have primary levels and the kindergarten, the primary, and then the high school. So like someone can come up and sponsor one child. It's not easy to get someone off the streets because actually right now as I'm speaking there are so many on the streets, and you try to talk one of the kids out of the streets, it's going to be very hard because they're so used to that life. No one is giving them rules. No one is ordering them around. They just do whatever they want, just sleep wherever they want. So it's a very hard thing to do, getting these kids off the school. But we try as much as possible to convince them. When someone comes up and they're able to offer some school fees for them, we try and talk them out of this. You find one because when they're in a group, you cannot handle. You find one on their own, and then you just talk them through, and then you try to take them to school. You find if they have their families, you try to trust them because some of these kids have their families, but they just woke up and just run away from their families or from their villages because we have villages and they're very far. So they come to the main city and do that. So we try to trace back and then try to keep them in school. It's not an easy thing to do because they're used to being on the streets, they're used to taking drugs, they're used to pickpocketing, getting whatever they want, selling stuff that they pickpocket so they have some money, and their parents used not to give them allowances because parents don't give us like allowances to keep us through. So if a kid has the opportunity of having some money in the pocket, it's very hard for us to convince them to get off the streets. Who will be giving them allowances? So it is kind of challenging, but we'll try. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Doreen, for talking about that stuff. You're an awesome activist. Please put your links and contact info in the chat for anyone else that wants to get a hold of you. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you for having me. I'll tag the links in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's see. The next speaker is another awesome activist, Mandy Harner Bradley, talking about locked away Texas civil commitment. Mandy Hanner Brady is a Texas-grown mother, wife, and advocate residing in San Marcos, Texas. Her future goals include additional advocacy projects and learning the ins and outs of legislation and politics.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. First of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone for giving me an opportunity to speak and spread some more awareness. Right now, I'm focusing on advocacy and education. I'm based out of Texas, and my primary advocacy work is dealing with to civil commitment, and mostly in Texas. I am learning about the other states and trying to compare how things are in the different states. But I focus on Texas. One of the reasons why I became involved in doing this is because I am a former employee at the Civil Commitment Center in Texas. It's located in Littlefield, which is outside of Lubbock. And if you don't know Lubbock, it's in the Panhandle area. I've been trying to get more involved doing different speaking events. I did do a presentation at this last summer's NARSAW. I would very much like to go this summer. So we'll see how that works out. Through my employment, I saw a lot of things that I didn't agree with. I was confused from the very beginning as what my job duties would be doing. When I got hired on, I thought I was working at a prison and I was going to be a correctional officer, and that's really not the case. The facility is in violation of many civil rights. The way that the gentlemen that live there are treated a lot of times is inhumane. Some of the practices that they still use are inhumane. Civil commitment is something that I really had never ever heard of until I started working there. You're not really educated on civil commitment. You're just told do this and do that. And so any continuing education that you get, you do on your own. A lot of people are just there for a paycheck. That's kind of how I was in the beginning until the ethical things really started to get to me. And I paid more attention to what was going on. And so at that time, I wanted to be involved and try to find out what I could do to make changes. They don't really welcome any changes or any advice. So you're kind of running into a brick wall. I worked for the vendor that runs the security of the civil commitment. I didn't work for civil commitment. I worked for the vendor, which in Texas, it's MTC, Management and Training, and I was a security officer. At the height of COVID, it was very devastating. I totally agree that I suffer from post-traumatic stress syndrome because of all the things that I saw during COVID, the deaths that I had to witness. And that was probably the turning point where I really decided to become an activist. And at that point, I was just hanging on to my job. But that's when I began reaching out to different groups, trying to see what I could do about coming forward or giving like an informant idea of what was going on. I first became involved with a group in Texas. It's called TACC, TACC, Texans Against Civil Commitment. And I was giving them information while I worked there. I decided to change positions to try to be a little bit more helpful. So I switched from security to medical. And so when I was in the medical department, I did feel like I was providing somewhat of care to the men. I would assist them, you know, with things they needed, whether it be writing a sick call or filling out their prescriptions to make sure that they got refilled, or, you know, I would draw blood, I would check oxygen levels, anything that needed to be done. And I felt more useful in that capacity. My employment at Civil Commitment in Texas came to an end in April of 21, so almost 3 years. At that point, it was discovered that I was having an inappropriate relationship with one of the gentlemen there, and he was taken and put into solitary confinement, and I was terminated. Since then, we have become married. So the whole civil commitment is really, you know, so close to me now because I have a loved one incarcerated there. And I use the term incarcerated because that's exactly what it is. You cannot leave, you cannot go anywhere, you can't do anything. And you have no release date because civil commitment is an indefinite sentence. One of the reasons that I feel that it's important to speak out on something like this is because instead of focusing on locking someone up their entire life and continuing to punish them, why are we not spending that money on education and reform? Why are we not going in and teaching, you know, young gentlemen these sex crimes that they commit can affect the rest of their lives? Why are we not teaching them about victims? And why are we not doing more advocacy? Why are we not trying to prevent these things from happening instead of continuously keeping someone locked up until they die? And that's absolutely what I believe in Texas, is they have every intention on keeping most of these men locked up until they die. Right now, the population in Texas is almost at 500. When I was employed there 3 years ago, almost, it was at capacity already. They are currently in the process of building 2 new buildings to house more men. If you would continuously release and it was a revolving door, then you wouldn't need to add on and build these new buildings. So their intention is not to release, it's to make room for more. Here in Texas, I've found that we have to choose our words carefully when we go and speak with legislators. We go to the Capitol. You can't say necessarily, I don't believe in this, and I think it should be abolished, and I think you should let them all out. You have to take a more realistic approach with these politicians and say that we need to reform, or we need to change, or we need to work together to come up with a different solution. We have approached certain representatives in our Capitol in the last couple of years and told them, we don't want you to swing the doors open and let everyone out. What we want you to do is run an effective program where they could go to rehabilitation for a set amount of time and complete the program and let them out. I do believe in rehabilitation simply because of the fact that I did work there. And so I know that there's a lot of different individuals behind the bars, and some need more help than others. So I do believe that something needs to be done, but I don't believe in what is being done. Like I said, I am trying to compare different states and things that go on. I've received a lot of information from Minnesota. I also have a contact in Kansas who fills me in on how things are done in Kansas. I'm trying to reach out to other states. In the course of all of this, I remember passing out mail as an officer. And I remember the looks on everybody's faces when they would come out and wait for mail, and it never came. So what I decided to do is to create a newsletter for certain gentlemen or certain people in the facility who never got mail. So I started a newsletter in November of 21, and I send it to the Littlefield facility in Texas. I also send it to Cure Sort and they distribute it on their website. And then I also have other people who've contacted me in other states. So I send it probably to about 5 states total. And it's really more successful than I ever dreamed it could be. I try to do a monthly one, but sometimes life happens, and so I don't always get one out every month. Like right now, I'm working on February, and we're already halfway through February. But I feel like it's important that they know that there are people out there advocating for them and advocating for change. So that's the whole point in me doing the newsletter. And like I said, I'm trying to do many speaking events. I'm trying to get myself out there in touch with the right people. One of the things I'm also working on is searching for someone who could possibly help me write several bills that we can present. Texas next legislative session will begin in January of 25. So that gives us less than a year to come up with something that we could take to our representatives. I believe that we should present more than just one bill, because if we just go in there with all of our eggs in one basket and no one picks it up, we've used all of our resources for that year. So something that I would like to see happen or change in Littlefield is they violate civil rights by restricting who you can and can't talk to. Also, mail is a big issue. They're not allowed to receive mail unless you're someone who is approved. The approval process goes through Texas Civil Commitment Office. The case manager and the therapist have to decide if you can speak to anybody. One of the reasons why this is so important to me is I am currently allowed 0 contact with my own husband. We are legally married, and he does live at the facility. And I have not spoken to him in almost a year, aside from supervised calls. We have had 1 supervised Zoom visit. We've had 1 supervised power of attorney visit, and we have had 3 medical calls in 1 year. And so the violation of your rights to speak to people, your pursuit of happiness, just being able to be normal. What we're supposed to be doing is rehabilitating and providing a support system for these men so that they can reintegrate back into society. If you're completely cut off from society and from your family, how is that possible? So what I'm wanting to do is find someone intelligent that can help me put these words onto paper and present them. Another thing I would also like to see happen is an actual time frame. Because right now, like I said, it's an indefinite sentence. Civil commitment's not like prison where you can count down on the calendar how many days you have left. Civil commitment can last forever. In my time employed and since I've been gone, the men that I remember, I have seen more men pass away while living there than I have seen released. Their release is very, very minimal here in Texas. What they do is they go through a tier program, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then when you're at tier 5, it's supposed to be when you're released back into society. And right now, there's not even a handful who were 5s. There's very few men who have completed the program and are finished. Once you're finished, they will petition or send information to the judge for the judge to release you from civil commitment, but they make all those decisions. Also, at this point, any thought of being released is a very hard process. Legally, the men have not been very successful with their attempts to be released. At this point, I'm trying to figure out what the best step or the next step is for my husband. We do have an independent evaluation that was completed almost a year ago, stating that, he is not a danger and he is, ready to get back out into society. He no longer is a threat. He doesn't suffer from a behavior abnormality. Well, 1 is not enough, they say. I'm going to need a couple of evaluations. So that's something else I'm looking for, is trying to find the right person to perform another evaluation, a forensic psychologist that will do this evaluation the way that they want it done, that will follow the steps that they use when they do it, so that we can present that to a judge. And hopefully with now 2, that would be enough. But like I said, that's another process. I've just decided that that's what I'm going to do. Also, I want to be able to educate lawyers who really know nothing about it. If they do know anything, they don't want to touch it. Um, Civil commitment's very tricky because of the taboo subject, because sex offenders is not something we like to talk about. It's not something people like to hear. And here in Texas, it's really a lock them up and throw away the key. That's why I called my presentation, locked away, because they're there. No one thinks about them, leave them there, so society is doing everyone a favor by keeping them there. That's what I'm trying to change. I'm trying to change everyone's mind. Not every sex offense is against a child. That's a misinterpretation that a lot of people have. But I think that if we change the focus and we change how we're doing things, and we focus on reform and education, I think that we can nip a lot of this stuff before it ever happens. I'm now currently employed in security once again, and I work with disadvantaged youth ages 16 through 24. And one thing that we highly discourage and that we deal with a lot in the place that I work is relationships with men of 18 years and up who want to have these relationships with these younger girls, and they do not understand the consequences. They do not understand what's going to happen to them if they make the wrong decision, or if the relationship goes sour. These young females like you one day and the next day they don't. And so it is a co-ed facility that I work at. And so a lot of times I feel like we should be having classes. We should be teaching, everybody what can happen if you make the wrong decision, or if you become involved with someone that you shouldn't be. I don't think that people are aware of the laws at all. And I think we're doing a disservice to our young people by not teaching them the laws and the consequences. So I have a lot of things in my basket right now, and I tend to ramble. And so I appreciate anybody listening to me and letting me explain what I do. But I work with several different people who have similar situations like me, who have loved ones incarcerated in civil commitment. I have several good friends. We also have a group here in Texas, and it's called FACTS, Families Against Committing Texans Stand Up. And so FACTS just launched a website, I believe, this week. And so we would like people to go and check it out and help us and give us any advice or anything that we can do to grow and make things better. There is another website and another group, like I said, called TAC, Texans Against Committing. And then I'm trying to learn as much as I can from Texas Voices. There's a very smart, kind lady that runs it, Mary Sue. I'm trying to learn as much as I can from her. And I'm also trying to be a better speaker so that when I go to the Capitol in January, that I can get through it without rambling and present what I need to be presenting. I do try to stay somewhat neutral because I get upset if I just focus on my own situation. So I try to include everyone, but I do have personal feelings invested, and my personal goal is to get my husband home within the next year. So it's very challenging, but I do appreciate the opportunity that you guys have given me today to speak.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mandy. I definitely appreciate your courage, because I am just as impacted, a registered citizen that did not have to go and be civilly committed at all. And it's a hard road to discuss your background, because right now I'm in a PhD program and my class knows, but my administration and everyone is so like supportive, like I have to get through this, not for myself, but like opening a door, like you said, like for everyone else. Um, can you explain? There's a question: how is this program legal if the indefinite of the time seems unconstitutional? Slavery still seems a little legal over there.
Okay, the way that they get around it is even though it is an old prison and they are locked down under razor wire and bars and all of the above, They simply call it rehabilitation. They say that the men are there at this facility to receive rehabilitation. I do 100% believe it is double jeopardy. I do believe they are re-incarcerated for the same crime, or what they say is they think you're likely to make a bad decision and commit another crime. This is not done with drug addicts or drunk drivers or murderers or any of the above. People who've been convicted multiple times of drunk driving, how come we don't have a special place to put them and say, well, you're a drunk, you might do it again? This is exactly what civil commitment is. In Texas, at least, they have the belief that because you have 2 convictions and a made up term called behavior abnormality, they believe that it is constitutional to lock you up. Now, in Kansas versus Hendricks, it states that it's only constitutional if they are doing rehabilitation, if they are doing what they're supposed to. There's not supposed to be punitive actions taken against these gentlemen, but they're constantly written up cases. They're constantly given restrictions. They are dropped down in their tier levels. They still use solitary confinement. My husband spent 6 months in solitary confinement because he had a cell phone and because he was talking to me. 6 months straight. What part of rehabilitation is that? He also received another charge for violating the registry by having an email account that wasn't registered. So due to our relationship, he received another charge and went back to prison. Once he got out of prison, he was sent straight back to that facility in March of 23. So that's why I say we've had almost zero contact in a year, is because when he was in prison, I drove to go see him. I had contact visits approved by the warden. I wrote him a letter almost every single day, and I talked to him about 6, 7 times a day because I put that money on the phone and I know how much money I spent. So I would 100% agree that what is being done is unconstitutional. Why in prison was I allowed more rights than what I am now in a rehabilitation program? And right now, I don't know when he's coming home, if he is going to come home, because they hold all of the power. The only way for me to beat the system is legally, and that's what I believe. I believe I have to take legal action in order to get my husband home.
You know, because I know in because I spend most of my time in Wisconsin, and we have some folks on this going to talk about Minnesota. I know, like in Wisconsin, you have to like go through, da 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 da. Like it's like you have to like go through all these steps and everything. And I only met like one person to go through all that. Do you know what is the process to get out? And has anyone like gotten out? Like, is there like
Yeah.
a possibility?
Yes. There are gentlemen who have gotten out while I worked there. And then after, now that I've been terminated, there are gentlemen that I remember that have completed the program. You have to complete every step. Like I said, there's 1, 2, 3, and 4 that are done there at the facility. And the process of your treatment is you go to group 2 times a week for 6 hours a week. And you're in a room full of guys and you go around and it's your turn. Okay. But if there's like 10 guys, then it's not your turn until maybe next week. So you present whatever topic, whatever you're working on, and this can drag on forever. Tier 2 is supposed to be the longest one, where it takes about 18 months to complete that tier. And then they say it's self-paced. It's not self-paced because you have to wait for your turn to present. You're not graded on your assignment until you present it in front of other people and in front of your therapist. And so it could drag on forever. They're short on therapists constantly. The therapists come and go. So that also has an effect. If you get a new therapist, then you need to start all over so that therapists can learn your background and your history. Now, if you complete all 4 levels, then what they're supposed to do is be finding you chaperones that you can come home to. Make sure you have adequate housing that meets their criteria. They will help you with finding jobs, not necessarily help you, but you'll look and they'll say, yeah, you can work here. No, you can't work here. Sometimes they help you set up interviews so that you can have a prospective job waiting on you. When you're released back out into the community, you will have to wear an ankle monitor, a GPS system, so that they have constant contact. It's like you're on probation. or parole. You have someone who can show up at your house unexpected, unannounced. You're subject to searches of your home when you're a tier 5. Tier 5 is in the community. They'll go to your job. They'll follow you. If you ride the bus, they'll follow behind you and make sure you're going where you're going. It's very intrusive. It's very, you spend all these years learning how to react and learning how to reintegrate. And then you have someone following you all the time, watching your every step to see if you're doing things good enough. If you mess up as a tier 5, which there's, whatever they decide that you've done wrong, they do have that option of sending you back to the facility and locking you back up again. So, I don't recall anybody doing that. There was one man last year, they had removed him and sent him back for a brief amount of time. I don't know what his violation was or the reason behind it, but then he has since gotten out again. I can probably name about 5 that I know of who completed tier 5 and were released from the state and who are no longer on civil commitment. You do always have to register though. Civil commitment's a whole nother monster. You're still an offender and you still have to register, but being off of civil commitment, you no longer have them in your life and watching you and monitoring you. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but there's one person who makes that decision whether you come home or not. There's one person who decides if you're cured, if you're better, if you're you're a risk to other people. And that's another thing we want to also eliminate, possibly by writing a bill, is there's no board that watches her. There's no one else suggesting to her that this person is ready, or and policies are changed on a whim. After I was terminated, a new bill that actually was passed was written by the office, that if an officer becomes involved with a resident and they have an inappropriate relationship, that officer can now face criminal charges. And it passed after my relationship. They have also created a new policy that went into effect in November, stating that the approval process for a contact is way more in depth than it ever used to be. I currently am not approved. I am jumping through hoops left and right to get approved. It's a huge violation of my civil rights to not have contact with my husband. So that's another avenue that I'm currently pursuing. I've had to go to chaperone classes. I have completed 2 and paid for them out of pocket. They told me that obviously there's something wrong with me in my brain for becoming involved like this. So I have had to go to counseling with a licensed sex offender treatment provider. I'm not an offender, but there's something wrong with me. So I had to pay for all of that out of pocket. I probably had 10 sessions and I paid for that. And I'm also, where I just completed the other day, my 3rd treatment plan, which I have no idea what I'm doing, but I continue to do it. I have written 3 of them because the first 2 were not adequate. And so his therapist has continued to give me assignments to complete, and I have to do all of those. And I sent the last one in the other day. I stayed up till probably 3 o'clock in the morning doing it and sent it in. So I'm awaiting to see if that's adequate. If not, he'll give me more. And so this is what I'm having to do to speak to my husband. Just talk, just have a normal conversation. I can't even do that. And at this moment, since I was a former employee and I was terminated and walked off, I'm not allowed on the premises. So that means no in-person visitation right now. So, it's a struggle. Some days I feel like I'm losing my mind. Some days I feel like I've lost my marriage, but I have to constantly tell myself to shake it off and get up and go. So it's rough. It's tough.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, just take one day at a time and everything. Is there any yeah, just got a few minutes left. Is there any other organizations that you work with regarding civil commitment, or just like kind of on the ground stuff in the prisons?
Well, right now, in Texas, they changed the whole mail process, and how things are sent in. So I can still send my newsletters into the Texas prisons, but they go through a different process. And so that may be an issue, is maybe why I don't have as many, people sending me letters or me getting my letters in. But I do my newsletters, and that's something that I created. And with the help of my daughter, who's a fabulous college student, she helps me create those. Like I said, me and two other ladies who have, it's actually their sons, both of their sons are incarcerated in Littlefield. We created the group called Facts. And like I said, it has a website now that's brand new. I invite you guys to check it out. I sent the information to Lucas, and hopefully he'll post it for me, because I'm kind of, my daughter calls me a boomer. So I don't really get everything done the way I'm supposed to. Like I said, I do send information back and forth through TAC, which is another advocacy group. They also have a website. I work with Mary Sue with Texas Voices, hoping that one day we will both have the time that she can mentor me. She's extremely smart. I need to learn from her because she focuses on registry. And so that's my next issue. That's my next thing to work on, because once he comes home, I have to learn about all the registry. I have to learn about the housing restrictions. I have to learn about, everything that he will face. So it's important that I shadow her and I learn as much as I can. We are trying to reach out to different groups here in Texas, civil rights groups, advocacy groups. I had a lot of contact with NAACP last year, but it never went anywhere. Yeah, we'll listen to your story, and we're sorry this is happening, and we'll look into it. But as far as any action taken, nothing was ever done. We've also kind of run into a brick wall with ACLU. We just haven't gotten the right person to root for us or to take this on. Like I said, it's a taboo subject. It's just something that not people kind of don't want to touch. And that's the same thing with our politicians. Texas is kind of a strict, I'm going to say redneck state. And, this is the facts. You have to find people open-minded. And that's for all of us. I'm never ashamed of my story, but there's gonna be the people who are like, "Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Look what you did." I've had people ask me, what was I thinking? Why did I get involved with this person? Could you not find someone else? Like, there's judgment out there on my end of it too. Like I said, of course, people think something's wrong with her. I had a decent job. I was paying my bills. I didn't have to talk to this person. I should have turned him in, like everybody said. And I should have said, "Oh, he's got a phone. Oh, he tried to talk to me. Da 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 da." I've had terrible things said about me, that I took advantage of my position of power as an officer, and I manipulated this poor man who has mental problems, and I controlled him. And vice versa. My husband's a manipulator, and he found somebody who was weak and took advantage of them and preyed upon them. I've heard it all. I've heard that we had, relations all over that facility, and I've had my name slandered, and I've had horrible things said about me. So this is not for the weak. This is not for someone with thin skin. And I have days where I just cannot deal, and I don't want to hear anything about civil commitment. I don't want to hear anything about TICO. I don't want to write a paper. I don't want to do anything. So this is mentally draining. And you have to have the strength to continue. And it's been very difficult not being able to speak to someone that you care about. So I know I've got something up my sleeve, and as soon as it happens, I will let everybody know.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mandy. I put your contact information in and everything. So thank you. You just hang in
No.
there one day at a time. So thank you so
Yeah, and
much.
feel free to share my email. You have it. If anybody has any questions or wants to give me advice, I take advice. I take everything. So I appreciate it, and I appreciate people listening to me, because I do ramble. I ramble a lot.
Right on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next awesome speaker is none other than Andy Hope Williams Jr., aka Hood Candidate. Title of his presentation: How to Reduce Mass Incarceration Through Litigation. Andy Williams Jr. is an abolitionist and 2024 presidential applicant for the United States of America. As a formerly enslaved individual, Andy has used his life experience to become advocate to abolish slavery by any means necessary. On July 1st, 2021, Andy sued the United States and 30 states for the practice of low pay and unpaid prison labor. On July 3rd, 2023, Andy announced his campaign for president with a platform for freedom by abolishing legalized slavery and voluntary servitude once and for all. Take it away, Andy.
Lucas, what's happening, brother?
Everything, my man.
How y'all doing out there today?
Good, good.
So yeah, the reason why, for those that want to know why I consider myself a presidential applicant, because it's a job, and with every job there's a job description, and one of the roles of a president is to be the chief magistrate of the law. And what I'm bringing to this, not only to this here, this platform, but to the platform on the campaign to abolish legalized slavery, is determining what law is. And when the 13th Amendment was passed, allegedly freeing all the slaves, then came out these things called black codes. And black codes were another way to lock up people. For us abolitionists, we know that. But the black codes, the slave codes, the Jim Crow, anything that dealt with legislation violates Section 2 of the 13th Amendment. Because when the 13th Amendment talks about slavery is abolished unless you've been duly convicted of a crime, what was labeled as a crime when the 13th Amendment was passed? That's what the crime was. That's what was intended at that time, which meant a harm to people or their property. So now when we look at after the 13th Amendment, when the black codes came out with vagrancy, loitering, and these other victimless crimes to put people back in a condition of servitude, all those were unconstitutional because Section 2 of the 13th Amendment discusses what is known as the badge and incident of slavery. And what the badge and incidents of slavery is anything that resembles slavery. So this movement on July 1st, 2021, when I filed this suit against the United States and 30 other states, it was to declare that prison labor and the modern day penal system or prison industrial complex was unconstitutional because it infringed upon our rights for freedom, for liberty. And this put the whole spin on everything. And what they said is, Andy, you don't have standing, even though I sued, I filed a claim under the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. And under the Religious Freedom Restoration, under the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, your conscience can make you do something, and the government has to show how there is a conflict in that. They got to say, was there another way you can do this or something? Well, it's not. There's nothing that I was doing other than advocating for the people's freedom. And that's what this whole campaign about that I'm doing is about freedom and recognizing we the people, our rights are superior to those in government. Those in government, their power is limited. And this is contrary to everything that we've been taught throughout history and told, because we look at the government coming to save the people. The role of government is very limited. It's really just to protect the rights of the people and their property, not to infringe upon their rights with legislation. And when the Congress came out with these 1983 Act, talking about what a person was that deprived one of the people of their rights under a color of law, what is under a color of law? Something that appears to resemble law, but it's not. It's legislation. And as we abolitionists and advocates across these states begin to realize that legislation, what these individual men and women have voted upon, is not law. It's legalized slavery. Legislation that infringes upon the rights of the people's movement is legalized slavery. one of the reasons we never get to advocate on this platform is because these bar attorneys, the majority of them, all subscribe to that system of being bar members. That's what their oath is. Their duty is first to the court, not to the people. So what we, the people, are up against is asking somebody to represent us, to bring us in front of a tribunal, even though we're already there. That's why I say represent us. Well, we're already here. We're already present. What are you representing? Better yet, representing. And what they're saying is they're arguing under these statutes and codes because that's what they swore an oath to those statutes and codes, not to protect the rights of our people. I don't want to say they swore an oath to it because the bar membership just all makes them a members of the bar. So it's like a secret club over here going on. And that's why so many of us, rights are always being violated and infringed upon. Because what common law is what is not, common law is just based on doing harm to people or property or their property, and then you're entitled to a remedy. And that's what we can do. And it's simple because I've been, doing this for so long, but the simplicity is, where's the victim? Was anybody hurt? And who got injured in any case? So right there, that literally shuts down drug possession, possession of a firearm, which anybody that has possession of a firearm, that's a constitutionally protected right. There's a New York case versus Bruin. There's a case, Bernard Cherry, United States versus Bernard Cherry. The United States is out of Illinois, the Seventh Circuit, that said 922G, that says a felon in possession of a firearm. They said that's unconstitutional. So this is rights that we, the people, have. And as we begin to share these rights, the First Amendment, freedom of association, you can't criminalize the status because somebody labels himself in a gang, whatever. The gang is not doing the act, the individual is. And they're treating, these people labeled as gang members like they did the Communist Party in United States versus Scales, which held it was unconstitutional to criminalize somebody based on their status. So we're going back to what I was really saying about being a presidential applicant. I don't have to be elected in this position to educate and teach people about our rights and what we can do now. And that's the movement, what we're doing currently in the state of Illinois. I have a huge lawsuit charging the governor, secretary of state, and the attorney general with running a criminal enterprise. Okay? Running a criminal enterprise. I hit the mayor of Aurora. I brought in 5 judges, 3 prosecutors, and the circuit clerk. What did this all stem from? A traffic stop. All this stemmed from one traffic stop that lasted an hour. So when I say they're running a criminal enterprise, under code 18 US 31 code, section 6 and section 10, we the people don't need a driver's license. Have you ever heard that before? We do not need a driver's license unless you're engaged in commercial activity. The roads is only to be charged if you're engaged in commercial business. That's what the traffic laws are for. Those that use the roads for business, because they're more likely to harm we the people because they're using the road for business. They, operating in commerce. We the people in our natural sovereign state are not operating in commerce. So the whole driver's license requirement that charges us is unconstitutional. Then you're using the driver's license for us to register our vehicles. So then you can stop us for these bogus traffic stops, which is unconstitutional. And under the Supremacy Clause, Article 6, Section 2, whatever the federal codes and rules are, they apply to the states. So I hit them all up with a whole criminal enterprise. I call them the Illinois outfit. I share that because as we move forward and we come from an abolitionist standpoint, this is the same movement we can do across the states. I'm the only applicant running that's not telling you elect me and this is what we're going to do. I'm saying let's get together and let's do it now. We can resurrect that 1800 abolitionist movement with Frederick Douglass, William Lloyd Garrison, and this. If we're not campaigning in this 2024 election in anywhere to abolish legalized slavery and involuntary servitude, then we shouldn't even be representing anything, because the only thing on this ballot should be the freedom, which is our rights as people that was given to us by nature's God and a creator. So how do we come against this when the whole system is corrupt? We use a thing called administrative process. We come in under equity, doing what's right and fair. That's under the common law, equity. And all of these judicial officers, which are really administrative hearing officers, because administrative hearing officers administrate statutes and codes and ordinances. That's not law. That's why we can never win, because you've created a statute and a code that we, the people, feel like we're responsible to them, and they charge us, and we never create an affidavit rebutting their presumption that we're under their authority. We're not free people. So, you know, and I not trying to get out the path, but this morning I had a radio show out of Georgia, and I was saying, you know, taxes is a form of slavery, involuntary servitude. Well, we can't get rid of taxes. Well, how do people gonna live? The same way they did before taxes were created. We networked with each other. We bartered and trade. We provided service to each other. And this is the vision for America that I have, that's dealing with us with freedom. Going back to the abolitionist standpoint, to abolish legalized slavery and involuntary servitude in all forms. That's it. We have never truly tasted freedom as people. Every single day, all of us are getting up, advocating for the rights of people. But why don't we start suing for the infringement of the rights of the people? Why don't we start being the plaintiff and start putting them on the defense? And we can do this collectively all across these states. Right now, the Abolish Slavery Network is doing phenomenal work. Worth Rises, all of these different organizations. If we came together with this blueprint, we would shut the whole system down. But we're working. We need to start working in alignment together. You know, right now, in a federal election, prisoners have the right to vote, because it's not a state election. Under the 15th Amendment, you can't deny somebody the right to vote based on a previous condition of servitude. So all of these states, these 48 states that's infringing upon we the people's right to vote, they're trespassing against our rights. And I'm bringing a claim against 48 states, no different than I did 31 about the ongoing prison labor. Now, I ain't saying, hey, because this is what we're doing to vote for me. What I'm saying is I care about our freedom. And if it's between the vote and the freedom, I'm going to choose the freedom every single time. Because we, the people, are fed up. I'm sure all of us advocates and activists would prefer to be doing a lot more than every single day trying to advocate for a system that probably doesn't even hear our voices. So let's flip the script now, y'all. And let's hit them in the courtroom and the boardroom. We could keep marching, but after the march, then what? I choose to follow the steps of Supreme Thurgood Marshall. That's the one that used the law. That's what it is. I'm talking about the real law, not the legislation. The people, our rights should never be infringed, but we're operating in a system that is legalized slavery. Legalized does not mean it's lawful. You say, hey, well, what's the difference? When somebody gets lawfully married, that's a covenant agreement between those two individuals. When somebody gets legally married, you just contracted with the state, and now they're all into your business. What if we stop using the state? We don't have to use the state for anything, because the role of government is to protect the rights of the people and their property. And we are born into this stuff that's been happening, so we think it's accurate. And I'm here to say, not no more. Freedom is on the ballot, not for 2024 only, but freedom is an unalienable right, and it's a birthright given to us by nature's God and the creator. I think that's my time, Brother Lucas.
Yeah, that you're exactly right on time. Thank you. One of my questions is, like, I know when people are like every 4 years, it's the same cycle. And when I always voted for, socialist groups that no one's ever heard of, my thought was that's when they're most politically active. But sometimes I get kind of down on myself. That's when they become more rigid. How would you like kind of, what's your kind of like your elevator speech to someone like in regards to that? And two, like, everyone always says like, well, they'll probably won't win. But my point is like, well, this is, Eugene Debs said that I rather vote for someone I want and not get it than vote something I don't want and get it. How would you kind of tell people that?
So I'm glad you bring up Eugene V. Debs because he ran for president from prison, got over close to 1 million votes back in 1920s, and he didn't have half the access to the internet and the resources that we had today.
Mm-hmm. You just had the
So,
red special.
so that is positive. But as I said previously, my campaign isn't if you vote for me, this is what I'm going to do. We're doing the work now. I've been doing the work. This is the second time me running. I've been doing the work. So when we talk about, well, you're just a vote for you is just going to be a waste of vote, then I'm going to say vote for whoever you choose to vote for, Lucas, because my campaign isn't, uh, um, it's not contingent upon me winning the office. It's contingent about us abolishing legalized slavery and involuntary servitude in all forms. That's what it's contingent upon. And for the next 8 to 9 months, as now the movement is coming out, because we got a huge movement in the state of Illinois, just on the lawsuits that I filed personally, without just taking it to me, but I literally have just put together a whole template to come against the state of Illinois, Section 22 of their Constitution about the right of the people to bear arms. So now we got a whole protected class of people formerly incarcerated whose rights are being infringed upon, that's violating Section 2 of the United States Constitution and Section 22 of the Illinois Constitution. And if anybody knows about the state of Illinois and the crime and the violence, it's a group of women activists, Moms Demand Action, that's big for more gun legislation. And that's going to cause a major controversy just right there, because whenever we hear the word felon or formerly incarcerated, it's like they got leprosy. You know what I'm saying? But we, the people out here in these streets, are in an undeclared war, and we have a right to bear arms. We do. There's a Supreme Court case out of Indiana that says if the police infringe upon your Fourth Amendment right, they subject themselves to be a citizen, and you have the right to use self-defense to any level of measure, even if it means taking the officer's life. Now, what about when the people get to hear this? We're not out here to take somebody's life, but we definitely ain't out here to lose ours. So it's time to level the playing field. And that's what brother Andy, the hood candidate, is bringing to the platform. So when people say, well, hey, a vote for you is this, vote for whichever way you want to. Because the movement that we have is an abolitionist movement, and it don't stop based on a vote.
Right on. That's exactly what I like. It's not the end or be all of the elections. Like every single year, it always seems like it's like, well, this is it. This is the election, or tomorrow is doomsday and everything. Um, so do you have like any links or anything you want to share so people can get a hold of you or anything?
Am I able to type in here? My website is www.awj2024.com. All social media platforms is Hood Candidate. So if you look up the Hood Candidate on all social media platforms, you'll see me. And then my LinkedIn page is where we do the most networking at, is Andy Williams Jr. You know it's me. It's the campaign site. The only thing I'm looking for with this campaign, with aligning with other people's, are people that want to be advocates that can do litigation, that understands that. Because I've sued for the gang legislation, gang databases. I sued for traffic stops. I've sued the IRS and won. I just got somebody off on a aggravated UUW. Somebody was shooting at him. He was shooting back, self-defense. 6 months, they dismissed the case. My father got arrested because he refused to let his vehicle be searched. I did a motion first day he went to court. They dismissed the case. So we out here making moves is what I'm basically saying. And if we can duplicate that across the states, listen, y'all, we will 100% have a nation by us, for us, because we are the people. And the protected class of primarily those that are currently and formerly incarcerated, right now under the supremacy clause, and let me just close with this because this is a huge point. Article 3, Section 2 of the United States Constitution states, in order to bring a claim, you have to have an injury that's traceable to you. So you have to be, you have to have an injury, not foreseeable in the future, an injury right now. So that's Article 3, Section 2. Article 6, Section 2 of the Constitution, the Supremacy Clause, says whatever that federal constitution or the United States Constitution is, under the Supremacy Clause, it applies to the states. So you take those two together, and now you go into court, and now you advocate on behalf of those people that are in jail for victimless crimes. It works for everything, so I'm not going to say it doesn't, but I'm only focused on the victimless crimes because some people, let's be real, they have done certain heinous acts, and we're not at the stage to do that. That's part of the transformative justice using the Norway model. That's for that platform. But this particular platform, we can literally reduce mass enslavement by 60%, just like that. And the reparations platform that I have, it's not for 1860. It's for 2024. It's for 2023. It's for 2022. All these fees that you've been charging, we the people, run that back. We want that remedy. And for my Aboriginal, indigenous people, they want the land back. And now we got a nation for us, by us, because we the people. That's a blueprint that doesn't take a vote to get. It takes the people, the power of the people, to come together, look for those advocates who are, familiar with the law, our rights. And I'm not talking about these statutes and codes. I'm talking about common law that's easy to teach. You don't got to have no special format. Listen, you could write a letter into the courtroom and say this what's up, and they got to honor that. So that's the part that we're going around teaching. And starting March, we're going to be on a full force. So I'm looking for those across the states. Listen, let's get in. We're not saying if you elect me, this is what I'm doing. I'm saying we the people have the power. Let's do it now.
Right on. Thank you so much. And I hope to see you being inaugurated next January. So
We inaugurated now. We're doing inauguration tomorrow.
yeah. Right on. Thank you so much.
For sure.
All right. The next speaker is Dr. Corey Rowe. Dr. Corey Rowe will be talking about decolonizing criminal justice education, a paradigm shift in pedagogy. Dr. Corey Rowe was born, raised, and currently lives in Jackson Heights, New York. She is tenured associate professor at LaGuardia Community College, where she teaches courses in criminal justice and corrections, as well as courses for credit at Rikers Island. She has more than 20 years of experience working with incarcerated people, including adults in prisons, youth in detention centers, and people in jail. Corey holds a bachelor's in African American Studies from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, an MA in criminal justice, specializing in juvenile justice from John Jay College, and a PhD in criminal justice from CUNY Graduate Center. Take it away, Corey.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Lucas. And I was so impressed with the previous speaker, but I wanted to, I wanted to also introduce my colleague and assistant to ask her, Amy Callie, to present for me on my behalf. Hold on one second. I think she's trying to unmute. Amy?
Okay.
It's
all right.
Yeah.
It's coming on.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you
we're
so
gonna
much.
just do what our esteemed host called the switcheroo now.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Corey. So, hi everybody. Peace. My name is Amy, aka Amy. I'm gonna share my screen and have the presentation up and then present. All right. Can everybody see that? All right. Right, so peace. My name is Amy, aka Amy. Aim for elevation and always intentionally manifest excellence. And I'm a student of and work with Professor Corey Rowe, who just came on the camera. I'm a student at LaGuardia Community College in Queens, New York. And this presentation that I'm giving today is called Decolonizing Pedagogy, a Paradigm Shift in Criminal Justice Education. And so before I even start, I feel like pedagogy is one of those words that's it's just a big word. It's a little bit confusing. And what helped me to understand that word more is the definition that I found, which is the art of teaching or the science of teaching. And I think putting it in that way helps me to understand it more. So decolonizing, taking out the colonial Eurocentric way of teaching. And for this presentation, we're going to be addressing the paradigm shift in criminal justice education and the actual practice that we've done to do so. So as Corey mentioned, today I'm her student. Yeah, I'm still sharing this presentation as a decolonized idea because the student is a teacher, the teacher is a student. And I just want to say shout out to Dr. Corey because just as not just as a professor, but as an individual, I feel like she embodies decolonized teaching, not just because she's not just somebody who comes into the classroom and transmit the information in a hierarchical way, but feels like somebody that's part of the community that I'm a part of, that we're a part of. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to present to y'all today. All right. So first, this is an overview of the presentation. First, we're going to talk about how criminal justice education is colonized. Next, we're going to talk about decolonizing pedagogy, the way we teach, as a transformative framework for shifting this paradigm, shifting this design. Then we're going to talk about the practice that we do, where we bring community college students and incarcerated individuals together, fostering an inclusive learning environment. And lastly, how learning from incarcerated students amplifies marginalized people's knowledge. All right, so criminal justice pedagogy. I first want to say that I'm actually a student of new media at LaGuardia Community College, but I'm always around and in proximity to the criminal justice department. And these are also things that I've observed in terms of the average person who joins the criminal justice department wanting to work as law enforcement, COs, etc. That's definitely not my thing, not even to the slightest. But those are some of the classmates that I have in school. And this is what I've learned about the criminal justice major. So criminal justice as an academic discipline is taught from the perspective of law enforcement. So how could that not be colonized? Ends up replicating the current system of colonization. And despite the average community college student being BIPOC and over-policed, we're taught the values and context of the oppressors, right? So somebody who might feel like they're coming in to learn criminal justice with the mindset that they want to help their community end up just being further colonized with these certain values of the system. All right, so decolonizing criminal justice pedagogy. What is our framework for that? So decolonizing it involves challenging, disrupting the Eurocentric, colonial, oppressive frameworks within the teaching and learning process. We, through this, what we do is aim to transform education into a platform for students to develop critical awareness and act against the interconnected forms of violence ingrained in our criminal justice practices. And even with the word critical awareness, critical consciousness, is the ability to think for yourself, to make judgment for yourself. And I think that it takes a lot more to convince the average person that what's going on in the carceral system is okay, versus having somebody go in for themselves, see what's really going on, and see the inhumanity. So that to me is just the simplicity of critical consciousness, just being able to make a judgment for yourself. And lastly, addressing the methods and ultimate objectives of criminal justice education. So what's really the purpose? What are we really doing here? To increase justice through education. And, education is basically enculturation, being taught a culture. So we're trying to, through decolonizing criminal justice pedagogy, teach a culture of humanity, righteousness, and liberation. All right, so now I'm going to speak on how exactly we do the practice of decolonizing pedagogy. And the way that we've done this as community college students with Dr. Corey Rowe is through a class that we've been teaching at Rikers Island. So this past year, I had the experience of going through a 12-week course, a 12-week journey at GRVC, George R. Viano Center on Rikers Island, where we taught a 3-credit college course called First Year Seminar in Criminal Justice. And in that class, half of the class was about criminal justice terminology, theory of a case, court knowledge. And the other half of the class was tools for self-betterment, self-discipline, habits of the mind, as well as academic success and creating a master plan. So at the end of the 12-week course, which was a whole journey in itself, not just for the incarcerated people, but for the community college students, as well as our professors and even the COs being in that space. It was a journey where at the end, each student created a master plan for their vision for the future. So through that 12-week course, we brought in community college students. Most of them were in the major of criminal justice to see for themselves what's really going on and learn side by side with our people incarcerated. Accomplished was basically challenging existing norms. That could be stereotypes from community college students about jail, or even stereotypes that incarcerated people or ideas have about college. So challenging existing norms, challenging pre-existing ideas, and establishing an environment where learning becomes a shared experience among diverse individuals. So in our classroom, in that space, it wasn't a space where somebody stood in front of the class and preached to the group. It was a space where we sat in a circle and we spoke in discussion and we learned from each other. And just the concept of, since we're talking about decolonizing, just the concept of the circle and indigenous knowledge relating to, all of us being a part of this circle, being a part of this web of life, all of us being able to learn from each other. To me, that is a prime symbol of what decolonizing pedagogy is. And I just wanted to share this as well, because through the course, one of the way that we taught this course, because it's in jail, there's a limited amount of resources that we could even bring into use. And so through the encouragement of my mentors and Corey and Kathy, they encouraged me to design this course book. And this course book was a course book that we used, okay, it's a little bit blurry, but the course book is just full of inspiring information, images, quotes, knowledge about all kinds of subjects that anybody could find something relevant to themselves. It's very blurry, I apologize. But for example, this page was about, it has a quote, "He who understands music understands the cosmos." And we talked about frequencies, we talked about quantum physics, we talked about spiritual concepts, we talked about affirmations, meditation. And I think this is also awesome because through this book, it was an opportunity for self-education, for people to pick up the book for themselves and decide how they wanted to go about their own learning style. As it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. Everybody got their own way of learning and everybody got their own interest. And I think when you have that perspective in education or schooling period, it brings back the humanity, because in this system, so often it's just a standard form of schooling. Everybody's supposed to go at the same rate, everybody's supposed to learn the same subjects. But what we're saying is that it's not just it's not a one-size-fits-all program, and there's not a hierarchy of information either. It's not like if you're more literate in this one perspective, you're more educated. there's various forms of education on many different levels, and that's what we're acknowledging. That's a perspective that we brought as community college students. And as I mentioned, it was a 12-week program where we had many, the age group was around 21 to 45 adult men. And oftentimes, sometimes they would get moved between hall to hall. But what this book allowed us to do was allowed people to take the program with themselves, even if they got moved, to continue their education. And at the end of our program, we graduated 19 students with 3 college credits that they could use in the future, which is also something that I felt was very beneficial, because at the end of it, you actually felt like you gained something. You know, a lot of times, even in the average classroom, in an average school, a student, they might finish a worksheet, and then the teacher takes the worksheet and crumples it up and throws it in the trash can. And for a student, that makes you feel like what you just did wasn't of value. But by giving 3 credits, it makes each student that participated in our program feels like, no, there was a value in what I do. And not only was it a value, but it was a start to a journey that I can now choose to take. So it wasn't just a one-time experience where us as college students got to be exposed to that environment, but it was saying, come learn with us in our school as well, and be a part of this community. And so that was our praxis of decolonizing pedagogy through our class at Rikers Island. Now, many of y'all probably know Pedagogy of the Oppressed, the book by Paulo Freire, and I'm just gonna touch on some points that relate to our praxis. So, you know, through our program, we're addressing the need to assist BIPOC students both in and out of jail, understanding their context, appreciating the ability to change that context, actually being a place like LaGuardia Community College that's a center, a hub in the community that people can actually turn to and receive the tools they need to change their narrative. Understanding the malleability of social reality, the transformative potential of human praxis, us as students undertaking action based on our understanding, beliefs, and values, right? And even through the journey, having our values be changed due to what we have been exposed to and what we've learned from the incarcerated students that we're learning with, and creating space in the curriculum to bring forth marginalized knowledge. So it's not just transmitting knowledge on a hierarchical level, but like I said, it's the circle of learning. Now, in conclusion, so through this journey, as you could see, this photo on the right, this was our graduation ceremony that we had in GRVC, the Beacon Center. We engaged in a collective learning journey within a correctional facility, which inverted or decolonized the landscape of the classroom.
I don't.
Oh, really? You just haven't been able to see it, or you haven't been able to see it this whole time?
Just for this, just for.
Okay, well, I'm gonna just keep touching on the point. I'm not sure if anybody else could see it. Can you? Oh, okay, Kathy said she could see it. All right. So, emphasizing inclusivity by breaking down the barriers between traditional educational settings and correctional institutions, and providing educational opportunities for incarcerated individuals, but also challenging the ingrained power structures, fostering a more holistic understanding of criminal justice and people who live and work in these facilities. So even as you could see in that image, it wasn't just us college students who got whose mindsets were affected by this, the incarcerated students, but it was even the staff and CO who got to see this program actually work, actually take place. And being that one of the things that I touched on was decolonizing the landscape of the classroom, I wanted to add that, you know, decolonizing is basically removing the colonial aspect, right? The colonial structure. But when you remove something, you have to replace it with something. You have to replace it with another action, with something else you do. And one word that I learned from one of my native homies from the West Coast was this concept of re-indigenization, re-indigenizing. So not just decolonizing, but re-indigenizing, using indigenous knowledge and frameworks in our educational practice. And so, you know, in this indigenous world knowledge type of thing, it's the classroom isn't just this one room. It's not just the college. The classroom is life. The classroom is learning wherever you go, learning out in nature, learning from your elders, learning from the people in your community. And that's why as students, you know, it wasn't like you're just relegated to the criminal justice department at LaGuardia Community College to learn, but you're actually being exposed. You're going to Rikers Island to learn from the marginalized people that your major is based on, and you're able to use critical consciousness to actually make your own judgments, decide your path for yourself in the future before you even get there, before you even get to whatever career path you want to go down. Now you actually have been exposed to that ahead of time and can make critical decisions on how you want to engage with this colonized system. So these were pretty much our points on decolonizing pedagogy and the practice that we did as College Way teaching on Rikers Island. And I wanted to know if Professor Corey wanted to add anything or if anybody has any questions.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Cool. I have a question. So I'm formerly incarcerated. I'm also an adjunct professor, but it's a correspondence course and everything. But this is so badass at what you folks are doing. When I was in my undergrad, there was a program just kind of like this, but it was in Wisconsin, from UW Oshkosh, called like taking convicts to school or something. It was relatively that kind of name and everything. Is there, and I know like they always had a lot of like pushback from like the DOC and everything. Is the DOC rather welcoming with this? With the program and everything?
That's a great question. I think Corey could probably speak to that a bit more. I think that in the staff that have actually been with it, the educational staff, not the COs, because we've definitely encountered problems with them and just intentional disruption, definitely from the COs, but from the educational staff, just from what I've experienced working there, they've supported us. However, I also know that even for us to create this program that College Way is doing, it didn't happen overnight. It happened from years of work with Dr. Corey and Miss Kathy working in correctional facilities to come up with this particular model that we're using right now.
Right on. Oh, here's a question.
Yeah, I would also defer.
Oh, sorry. No, go on, Corey.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I was just gonna say we had Kate Mora with us who actually brokered this between Rikers and LaGuardia, and it's really because we had the opportunity to prove ourselves. You know, we did it for free. We did it, you know, with no sort of support first. And then when they saw the outcome, like I think the photograph that Amy showed in her presentation really captured like the kind of awe they experienced. Like I don't think they thought we would be able to pull it off. And then when we did, we have their complete buy-in now. What would you say, Kathy? Do they like us now?
I'm not sure if Kathy can unmute herself.
Oh, you can't unmute? Okay, but she agrees wholeheartedly with me.
So what is kind of like the long term with this program? How long do you see it coming, or is it kind of go to other jails or anything? Or are you just you only can keep it within certain kinds of jails or prisons or everything?
No, so I'm excited to say that this is a model, and that's what makes it so exciting for me, is to see this sort of unlimited growth potential. And just right now, as we speak, I'm talking to another community college that wants to use the credit for prior learning and the booklet and the and the booklet was actually based on something that you had said in a meeting, Lucas, where you said, like, it doesn't have to be just during the confines of a typical semester. You can let people take years if they need it to turn in the work. And that, so we based it on a lot of these sort of bits and pieces of lessons, boiled it down to a model that can be replicated where any college that wants to invest in, for example, release time for a faculty member to teach their class somewhere else, it can do it. And you don't have to even have a bachelor's degree to do this. But, it takes a lot of work to develop the curriculum. It takes a lot of work to nurture the relationship with the correctional facility. But my dream would be for every community college in New York City, and any city that has community colleges, to go into every local county jail or closest prison and offer these kinds of educational experiences for both the students and the incarcerated prisoners and even the staff.
Right on.
That's the dream.
Yeah. Oh, obviously. Yeah, totally. There's a,
I,
you had a
I
question
also,
answer?
oh yeah, I also wanted to add to what Corey just said, because you asked about the continuation. So right now we're actually continuing the program in Rosen Singer Center with the women. And on top of that, in terms of the future, I think that, like I said, this opportunity for critical consciousness and every student being able to alter their path based off of this. Even myself, for example, like I mentioned, I had the encouragement from my professor to create this course book. And from creating this course book, from bringing it from an idea into something to actually hold in your hands, and then me being able to mail it to people upstate and see its impact and see how it was able to be used, it inspires me too to continue to create educational materials and curriculum and use my graphic design skills for liberation education.
Right on. Right on. Cool. Um, there is a question in the chat. Are they going to create any other programs for those who are incarcerated where they offer other courses since the Pell Grant was restored?
One thing I would say is that we don't charge any tuition. And what I would like to do is, rather than create another class, I would love to have other faculty in either my college or other colleges, develop their own course book using the same kind of model, so that students can experience the same thing they would if they wandered onto any community college campus, classes in art, literature, math, science, but I think for this population in jail, what we've seen is that is so important, and that the previous speaker touched on, is making sure that we use this opportunity to of course educate and liberate, but also you teach the mechanics of law that they need to file the papers that they need to actually get out of jail. So for now, procedural law is sort of what I see as the emergency curriculum we need right now, but I would love to see other people bring in their own curriculum and just use the same model, different subjects.
Right on. Thank you so much. It's awesome to have folks network and everything, especially with prison education, especially with um how, like, I feel like it's kind of, it's just this really, like, I don't know, I don't know if you guys, but like when I go to like a criminology conference and everything, I say prison education, everything. It's like, well, are you in the prisons? But you guys are in the prisons, and I'm like doing the correspondence and everything. So it's hard work and everything, whether you get paid or not, or whatever, or it's important. Like I would never give it up for anything. So, thank you so much both for presenting and everything. And you have like 1 or 2 minutes if you wanted to say 1 or 2 more things. Either or.
Well, I think Kathy would be remiss if I didn't mention that one of the challenges that we've had is that in order to develop this network and do this work, we found that we had to develop our own nonprofit. So even though Amy's a student of CUNY, Kathy's an employee of CUNY, I'm a professor at CUNY, we actually work under the College Way nonprofit. And that also allows us to do things like solicit funding and, to get around sort of like bigger CUNY regulations that would, muddy the waters and clog the pipes, so to speak. So, being that we are a nonprofit, our biggest challenge is while being in jail and doing this work, how do you actually go about fundraising? We don't even have a board of directors, but we would say that if anybody wanted to do something similar, finding a nonprofit partner with your educational institution is the way.
Right on. Amazing.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I
yep.
want to say thank you so much, everybody, for listening and tuning in to this presentation. Thank you to Professor Corey and Miss Kathy. And shout out to my teacher, Grand Triple Echelon in the Zoom crowd. Shout out to Angelina and Dre. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you everybody for tuning in, no matter where you're at. And I hope to see you guys connect with College Way so that we can continue to increase these programs. Peace.
Right on. Sounds good. Thank you so much. All right. It is 1 o'clock locally in Minnesota. Our next awesome speakers are Dr. Mary Jo and Tova Strange. They will be talking about building a rural abolitionist feminist movement. By Tova Strange and Mary Jo Klinker are both small community troublemakers engaged in political education. And they are ready to go.
Okay, there we go.
Can you hear us okay?
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. It's wonderful to share space with you today. I'm Mary Jo.
I'm Tova.
I'm Tova, and we're here to talk a little bit about the work that we do in rural Minnesota, Winona, Minnesota, and how we have sustained a coalition of a rural abolitionist feminist movement. We'd like to share with you a little bit about our campaigns. We're really grateful to the last speakers. We learned a lot, and we're excited to hear about ways that we can continue to build our networks as well. So we wanted to just begin by talking a little bit about the methodology of our project. We engaged in interviews with organizers that we've been working with. Is this you or me?
This is you.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, so we've been doing feminist ethnography, or an examination of the ecosystems that we work within. This includes organizations like Community Not Cages, which is a horizontal organization that has worked to address carceral realities in our rural context, as well as intersecting with coalitions like Residents Organizing Against Racism and Our Voices, which is a Black-led youth project. And in order to share with people the kind of work that people were doing in this small area, we engaged in interviews with the organizers in those spaces. We also took from local school newspaper archives. And we've also included some statements from some of the activist speeches at our organizing events. And we really wanted to begin our conversation by grounding it in the voices of people that we work with. So this is a statement from Katie. If community organizing wouldn't have been in place, cops would still be in school. They would have built a bigger jail. They would have had a juvenile holding center to place kids regionally. They would have torn down the rec center. I mean, that's all a lot of harm that we stopped in our community a lot. So today we're going to tell you a little bit about the story about getting cops out of schools, stopping the building of a juvenile detention center in our town of about 25,000 people, and the extended jail that they were building, as well as their plans to demolish the only youth rec center in our community and place a 3-story police station. So we're going to talk about those campaigns.
Yeah, and when we started this project, we really wanted to ground ourselves in key theoretical frameworks. So we focused on reproductive justice, the definition given to us by Sister Song as the right to raise kids in a safe and healthy environment. We also looked at abolition feminism as given to us by Insight as a society based on radical freedom, mutual accountability, and passionate reciprocity. In this society, safety and security will not be premised on violence or the threat of violence. It will be based on a collective commitment to guaranteeing the survival and care of all people. And then finally, we looked at the school to prison nexus as given to us by Kaba and Miners, less a pipeline and more of a nexus or a swamp. The STPP is generally used to refer to interlocking sets of structural and individual relationships in which youth, primarily of color, are funneled from schools and neighborhoods into under or unemployment and prison. So we really used this to round out the work that we were doing and keep us grounded in important frameworks.
Yeah, the image that we have here, actually, we took in 2021. It was a green space that we hosted a community kitchen at. We hosted a lot of speakers. We had book readings for children. I think someone did like a yoga class. And we really tried to like reclaim the space that they were planning to build a large jail and a juvenile detention center at, and really make it a community-based space that had food and children's safety at the center of it to provide an alternative reality of what could exist. We'll tell the story. There is a jail there now, but we were able to stop the building of a juvenile detention center. So just a little bit of a time frame around the work that we're discussing today. In July 2020, the Minnesota Department of Human Rights provided an investigation of work from interviews that a bunch of us were doing with family members and children that showed unequivocal evidence that there was systemic racism, ableism, and sexism against children in the school district that was at the hands of the police officer in the school. And in July 2020, after organizing community pressure, police were removed from our school, and we were the second city in the state of Minnesota after the murder of George Floyd to remove police in schools. April 2021, immediately after we had got the cops out of schools, all of a sudden the county announced to us that they were going to build a juvenile detention center. It felt like a real, I would say like a whiplash, like making sure that we had kids safe in this new plan for investing in the school to prison pipeline. And as soon as we were able to stop the plans for a $5 million juvenile detention center being attached to a new jail, the city, which these are all separate governances in our town, the city announced that they were going to demolish the only youth rec center with all of the community gardens in a working class neighborhood and build a 3-story police station with a gun range and heated garage for police officers. And you know, this was kind of in the background and context of all the interviews that we're providing today. So this is a quote from Keisha, who's the founder of Our Voices, which is a Black-led youth group. And when we asked her why she thought this kind of timeline of carceral realities were put upon us, she said, quote, power tripping. They want to go where the money is made and that push of that school to prison pipeline and make sure that it's already not much in the community for kids to do. And it's like, let's take away the East End rec. Let's keep aggravating these kids. And then, hey, let's build this prison. So we are going to aggregate these kids. And I feel like that rally, the push to remove cops from schools, was like what angered them. And they didn't want to be defeated. So next we want to have talks of building this detention center. And so looking at how this backlash happened to community organizers, specifically families and mothers.
Yeah, so just a little bit more context in terms of like understanding the presence of police in Winona area public schools. I was a student there when we did have a school resource officer. During the 2017 and 2018 school year, Black students made up like 5.88% of the district's population, but they received 30.34 of all disciplinary actions. And then as of the next school year, 2018 to 2019, it wasn't much better. Black students were still 7 times more likely to be suspended or expelled than white students in Winona area public schools. This was a pattern that we saw for years and years before that, and it's a pattern that does continue today. As a student there, I saw a lot of the targeting that was happening by teachers, by administrative staff, and especially by the school resource officer. We'll learn a little bit more about that, about experiences on that later. But basically in June 2020, I and a bunch of other alumni from Winona area public schools got together and held a rally in the parking lot of the high school, where basically we just gave a space for Black and Brown students to share their stories of the harassment, violence, racism, and frankly abuse that they experienced in these schools, not only at the hands of the police officer, but by other teachers. And because of that, really impactful experience, and because our community kind of rallied behind us, we were the second in the state to get police out of schools following the murder of George Floyd. And a comment that we got from a mother who had done a lot of organizing in this community to protect Black students. She said, "I'm appalled that it's taken this long for Winona area public schools, with it being such a small town, that it hasn't taken action swiftly. I only think the police are there because there are Black kids that go there." Really speaking to the racialized focus of the police's job.
Yeah, so as we mentioned in that kind of timeline of carceral events that happened in our community, right after the police were removed from the schools, there was an announcement of trying to build a juvenile detention center. This is actually a quote that Tova gave to the newspaper in that campaign, but it says, if they're going to spend all this money to build it, they are going to ensure that it's at least full to the point where it's at least making the money back. We're not going to have an empty juvie facility in town. I think it's really like in a small town, really rural area where we're not connected with folks, sometimes our stories are unheard. And what was really painful in this process is that in the process of uncovering all of the documents that the county had built to make this claim for a juvenile detention center, we found quite literally that they stated they were planning to make money off of the juvenile detention center, which is not surprising to people doing abolitionist organizing and work, but it was really difficult to try to explain that to the community constantly. And as we've kind of pointed out, there's been this disenfranchisement of our community by making sure that for many years we didn't have public comment at the city council. We only recently won that. In our fight to try and stop the building of a large juvenile detention center attached to the jail, we were denied any access to a public hearing. So there's constantly this marginalization of the ability to speak. So one of the things that we did in Community Not Cages was start to host community people's public hearings where people could come, and we would make these large boards and ask people to imagine what they wish we would spend the money on. I think one of my favorite things that we did was working with young kids who were prepping for Juneteenth, actually. And we talked about what abolition is, and we asked them what they would do with $5 million. And I think this is really, again, a practice that was grounded in the mothers and the community organizers and feminist reproductive justice model, centering the voices of children to demand what safety looks like. So when we asked kids, some of the things they said was they wanted a water park, a kids center, to update the playground at the rec center. The fountain hadn't even worked in the park for years. Kids are on the streets, give us something to look at, build a place where they can go and study, spend money on books for kids. And so part of stopping the juvenile detention center was creating an entirely alternative narrative and making sure that every meeting that happened, we were able to disrupt space and read the demands of children about what safety really looks like, and really naming the root causes of why the city was looking toward, or the county, I'm sorry, was looking towards this.
And again, connecting back to our theoretical framework of reproductive justice, the right to raise your kids in a safe and healthy environment. In terms of the cops in the school, there was a lot of racialized and I'd say gendered focus on Black and brown children. there was a lot of intimidation and fear that was a part of it. There was also multiple claims of mistreatment basically by the police. But in general, the theme throughout the city, the school, and the county, all of those boards, was plan of criminalization of youth and a reliance on policing to control children. Those were viewed as safety by them, but it's not reviewed as safety by us. It wasn't reviewed as or viewed as safety by Black children or their families. And so kind of speaking to that, I have some quotes here about the cops in schools. One was from a Winona area public school student that decided to be unnamed. To have a police officer in the school, it's like, what would be the cause to tase or shoot a student in school? You don't need that. And then Keisha, the Our Voices founder, told us, I've heard stories of how he would try to intimidate the students. During lunchtime, he would stand near their tables. He would always point at them and just say little things to them. And it got to the point where the kids were in fear of him being there. They did not want police in the school. And that was another reason why I did not want to have the meetings once I started Our Voices at the school, because I felt like these kids are not feeling safe. And really, we talked a lot when we were doing this project about whose safety is viewed as relevant, as mattering, and whose vision of safety includes police, and those often don't connect at all, in fact. And just tying this into the way that our city and county kind of continued this pattern of criminalization in the 3-story police station that was going to replace the rec center in our community in a small neighborhood. They wanted to have a gun range. And Daryl, one of our comrades and a community coalition member, said, I never figured out why they would have that. Because in my brain, I thought, how many shootings do we have here? And I thought, what the fuck are you aiming at? Really tying to the idea of like, they're building these things and they're going to use them for a purpose.
Yeah, in preparation for today, we were just talking about this and the importance of sharing this, but the police officer that was removed from the schools, there was a documented reality of children, their parents saying that our kids feel unsafe. This is a person who's done harm to our children. And in the past year, he was arrested and found guilty of abuse of a child, domestic abuse of a child. And so again, like a reminder that the carceral framework continually put kids in danger and actually his own children in danger as well. And there was no acknowledgement of that and the harm that's been done to children in our community. So abolition feminism, as Toba began, is really grounded in the idea of safety and parenting kids in safe and healthy environments. So we wanted to share another example of coalition building and organizing that we did to do this. I wanted to prepare this quote that I really appreciate from Suzanne Sachs, who was a political prisoner from Mariam Kaba's We Do This Till We Free Us. My feminism does not drive me into the arms of the state, but even further from it. And I think this is very accurate to the work that's been done in our rural community. What does it mean to dream of spaces that the state does not capture us with? Mm-hmm. And like, what does it mean to consider safety? We live, as many of us likely do, in a housing crisis, but we have like one of the highest rates of lack of access currently for housing. So it's impacting especially mothers experiencing domestic abuse who might be looking for safe housing. And so one of the things that we did on May 5th, 2022, as they were building the jail, is we invited children to draw pictures of what they wish was going in the side of the jail over the jail. And so this one here that I really like says, this could have been someone's loving, comfy home. And we're still really fighting for them to prioritize affordable housing in our community. Morella, who's one of the members who runs Residents Organizing Against Racism, also helped with this project, having kids provide images. And she talked a little bit about what it was like to be a mother of color and trying to make sure that the schools were held accountable to safety. And she says, okay, this has to change because these kids are here 7 hours a day. And as a parent, I expect that if my kids go to school, they have somebody that cares for them or that's looking out for them. Or, I want my kids. I want that for all other kids. And I think that a lot of the work that we've been looking at and building in coalition, responding to the carceral harm, and then building alternative realities has had a lot to do with safety at its core, and the state is not safety.
Yeah, so here in Winona, we've been fighting uphill battles for about 4 years, and obviously this work can be exhausting and taxing and often unsustainable. Like, we are not paid for the work that we do. We don't have a nonprofit. We don't have any funds coming in other than from community organizing and mutual aid, and all funds that we do get are given, back to the community or used for events. So a lot of this work tends to be really hard after a long time, especially when the wins aren't or become fewer and far between. And so we really wanted to just focus on like the positive, the good experiences, the things that have kept us doing this work. Alexis, who is a member of Our Voices and also Community Not Cages, she said to us, "I like to think of this type of work as like a 5-course meal. Obviously, it's easy to come sit at the table and be like, wow, such a big table, and it looks so great. But it's like, do you want to go to the kitchen? Do you want to see where the magic happens? Yeah, because after we eat, guess who's going to do the dishes?" Really focusing on like this labor as work, but also as rewarding. As Katie would tell us, one of the most common things we do to care for our friends, family, and communities is feed them. We grow food, cook together, and eat together because this feels natural and necessary. When we would hold our meetings at the park, I would always make sure to bring food. Kids need snacks if we're going to get any work done. We've really, throughout these years, relied on each other to keep us sustained in this work, rather than looking towards the state or other entities. And that's really been a blessing, I think.
Yeah, well, and I think that one of the really cool things is that we've taken over spaces that the state has proclaimed to use against us, and we've made them sites of joy and community resistance. And even like having our community meetings involve sharing food and distributing food, but that means that we've constantly got new folks coming in with new ideas into those spaces as well. And we just wanted to provide a current update on the work that we're doing, connecting local and global connections. We're working in collaboration with the organizations that we've mentioned today, and Community Not Cages continues to draw connections to larger structural issues. This is just a statement that we took from recent work that we were doing in still continuing the campaign to stop the building of a large police station, as they're not going to demolish the wreck, but they're still looking to build a large police station. Says stopping a regional training facility in our rural location could have huge political implications. Training facilities nationally have followed a cop city model. In March 2023, Winona's Mayor Scott Sherman argued a regional facility might also receive funds from Homeland Security and Emergency Management Office. The national trends towards militarizing police and training them in urban warfare has its roots in imperialist violence. For instance, Atlanta has invested in police training with Israeli Defense Forces. Jewish Voice for Peace has called this the deadly exchange. As we bear witness to Israel's genocidal attack on Palestine, we acknowledge the struggle for abolition and decolonization are connected. We have, for the last several months, worked in coalition to show up and disrupt meetings, business as usual, at the City Council and at the, quote, Human Rights Commission, where we've been told that there is no route forward for us to speak or to ensure a Winona ceasefire resolution that would be tied to other movements like that of Minneapolis recently. And so continuing to draw the connections of how imperialism, racism, and state violence impact our rural community so that people can see the way that our movements for resistance are also connected has been really at the core of the work that we are doing. Thank you so much for listening. We're excited to hear about connections in your work or ideas for things that we can do.
Oh, Corey has a question.
I didn't really have a question as much as just saying it's just such a compelling presentation from start to finish. And I think it's, really amazing how much you were able to accomplish, but most importantly, what involved role the student voices played. Because in New York City, we had a lot done by the NYCLU on behalf of students, but it wasn't organically from the families or the students themselves. So it was very interesting to see.
Well, Mary Jo can talk more to that. I think she did a lot of work behind the scenes documenting families' experiences and children's experiences in the school systems as it relates to that. And that's kind of been something that we've always focused on when we do our work as Community Not Cages in a predominantly white community, is really centering the voices of those who are impacted. And so we the city, the school board, and the county tend to often say this is what children want and this is what they're going to get. Instead, we wanted to go to the children and say, what do you want and how can we get that for you?
I've always been blown away by the work over just 2 hours away from Mankato and everything. You guys are, I always say, well, in Winona, they can close down this, they can do this, trying to get anything in Mankato. What other groups do you, can you talk, because I know you have connections with Letters to Prisoners in Madison. Can you talk a little bit about that connection, maybe other ones around the state?
Oh, I think so. I think this is probably not a connection with Community Not Cages, but what you're maybe referencing is that in the past, in my work teaching, I've done work with the LGBT Books to
Okay.
Prison Project. Yep. So we have in Winona hosted 3 or 4 times a book display to get people involved in the community to understand the impact on LGBT incarcerated folks. In 2021, my colleagues and I organized to bring Black and Pink's on the Inside incarcerated LGBT art exhibit to campus. And I partnered at that time with LGBT Books to Prisoner Project to connect with a mutual aid project. And we had a downtown display educating our community about the impact of isolation on trans folks, especially trans women of color. And we also brought Monica Cosby to speak a little bit as a formerly incarcerated organizer and activist about feminist responses to state violence and incarceration. And so I would say that in a rural area teaching, it's been really helpful to bridge my community organizing relationship with students and community members to make sure that the university is providing speakers and analysis that really impact our own communities.
Would you give any like insights or anything to folks that are organizing in rural communities that I haven't really touched on, like how to continue every day, knowing that you can put a flyer in like the only coffee shop or put a sticker might be torn down, or like I know for it's a small town, Mankato is roughly the same size as Winona. Like a lot of people are scared to put themselves out there because like the local bourgeoisie press will be like, oh, there's the 3 people that are starting shit again. So
Yeah, we've had a lot of experiences. I think this is actually something as a group that we've kind of been having internal dialogue about recently is really in a small community, the isolation and the kind of marginalization that can come from being outspoken about these issues and when it's not the popular idea. I think like as we spoke to in our presentation, we've really leaned on each other as being our sustainable forces. But we've also recently had conversations about when it's important to care for ourselves. Rest is resistance. And so taking care of ourselves, being able to take care of others. But in terms of organizing in a small community, I think it's all about just like showing up over and over, especially like when the people who are on the school board, who are on the city council, who are on the county board, they're people that you see in the grocery store, they're people that you probably know a little bit of family history about, and it can cause, it can make it a little bit more difficult. It muddies the waters a lot. And so we've tried to really just focus on staying like true to our values. We're an abolitionist organization. We don't work with cops. We don't legitimize those systems. And so like staying really true to what we believe and staying connected as a group has allowed us to be successful throughout the years, I think.
Yeah, so it's interesting about rural organizing. I would say one of the big things is trying to make connections with other large organizations. We've been really fortunate to have people from the region who are activists like yourself come and join us at important campaign moments. And so that's really helpful and it connects us to larger movements. We followed closely the Stop Cop City movement, and we named our own movement Stop Cop Block in response to the plans to demolish an entire city block and put in the city. And we connected that way in the sense that like these are actually reverberations in small rural areas. And if we don't name them as microcosms of the forms of violence state violence that we're witnessing, it becomes really normalized. Mm-hmm. So that would be one route that I would suggest. There was one other thing I was thinking, so part of the story about like what kind of impact happens on people in rural areas who do this work. So they built a jail. They were proposing to build a jail. They wanted it to have 102 beds. They ended up with 89 beds. There are currently 26 people on the jail roster for our area. That means that, as we named multiple times, that they were intentionally overbuilding it. We found through our data, we did FOIAs through our data requests. We found statements that said things like, we anticipate that the population of the jail will come from less affluent parts of the town, unlike the wealthy parts of town. Like, I mean, they were just very,
We're naming it.
they were very direct in like looking at data around class and around race about who would be in the jail. So like exposing that was really important. We also had early blueprints because those are paid for by the county. So we were able to access those blueprints, and it's an actual panopticon. And they had already designed into it early on a juvenile detention center without the conversation and permission of the community, without a public hearing. And we had to name that. And one of the really interesting things is that they then said, you know, that we were wrong. We were misleading the public. And I think that that actually does harm to people to consistently tell them that they're not actually being truthful when you're trying to actually expose just what is known as public data information. And last year, once the jail was finally going up, someone broke one of the windows, and in public meetings, they started talking about the breaking of the windows in relationship to community organizers. And in a small community, that's like very intensified under a microscope. And so I would say that like state harm is everywhere, and it is intersected with racism, classism, and sexism in our community, and that's magnified. Yeah.
Right on. Yeah. I guess that's all I have. If you have any links or anything in the chat, I'm finally happy to have you folks on this awesome conference and everything. If you have any links to put it in, so we can all like have a united front to close all the prisons and find cops do new jobs and everything. So
You know,
I'll
just in
definitely.
the just one other thing that comes to mind,
Okay,
and I
cool.
think it actually it ties in really well with the next presentation, is that, you know, as committed feminists, like we are really connected to survivors. We are survivors ourselves. So we've been doing a lot of work in relationship to that building of community. And last year, I think it was, the Advocacy Center of Winona, which is our only like rural southeastern Minnesota site for survivor-centered organizing, gave us an award for creating a safer community. So they gave Community Not Guilty award for creating safer community by saving the rec center and the community gardens. And, you know, nonprofitization has harmed movements, and nonprofits are in like a really difficult place because somewhat you need access to resources and funds, and then you're outside of social movements and vice versa. And it's been very interesting to witness in a rural area a nonprofit align themselves with us, because I think that was a risk, and they did it to name the work of survivors in our community, protecting other survivors and for safety. So that's kind of a really cool community building coalition that I think is necessary.
Right on. Thank you so much for sharing that.
I will see if I can put the link.
Yeah, put the link in. So thank you so much. All right. The next awesome speaker is Leah Goodmark. Talking about imperfect victims, criminalized survivors, and the promise of abolition feminism. Leah Goodmark, pronounced she, her, hers, is a Marjorie Cook Professor of Law, Professor Cook of Law, co-director of the Clinical Law Program at the University of Maryland, Carey School of Law, where she directs the Gender, Prison, and Trauma Clinic. Professor Goodmark is the author of Imperfect Victims, Criminalized Survivors, and the Promise of Abolitionist Feminism, Decriminalize Domestic Violence, a Balanced Policy Approach to Intimate Partner Violence and a Troubled Marriage, Domestic Violence and Legal System. Welcome, Leah Goodmark.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and a really nice follow-on to the presentation that just was. So I'm really excited to be able to talk to you today. I want to just at the outset be clear about the debts that I owe in this work to people like Beth Ritchie and Angela Davis and Miriam Kaba and Andrea Ritchie and Alyssa Bieria, whose abolition feminism really has helped me to understand the work that we do with criminalized survivors in a very different kind of way. So I want to start by telling you 3 stories. The first story is about Renata Singleton. Renata Singleton's boyfriend, Vernon Crossley, destroyed her cell phone during an argument. The police arrested him, and then shortly thereafter, the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office contacted Ms. Singleton. Ms. Singleton said she wasn't interested in prosecuting. She had 3 kids and a new job. She didn't want to spend the spare time that she had dealing with a man that she wasn't even involved with anymore. Nonetheless, prosecutors subpoenaed her to testify. And after a friend in law enforcement told her that she hadn't been properly served, she decided not to show up. Prosecutors went to the court and asked that she be held on what's called a material witness warrant. And what a material witness warrant does is it allows prosecutors to ask to have arrested anybody who's got information that is material to the prosecution of a case. So prosecutors asked that she be jailed as a material witness. An arrest warrant was issued for her, and her bond was set at $100,000. After Ms. Singleton became aware of the outstanding warrant for her arrest, she went to the district attorney's office and told them that she did not want to answer questions without an attorney present, at which point she was told that she was a victim and she didn't get a lawyer. When she still refused to answer the prosecutor's questions, she was arrested, cuffed, and taken to the Orleans Parish Prison. Because she couldn't pay the $100,000 bond set by the court, she remained in prison for the next 5 days. When she was finally taken before a judge, she was dressed in an orange jumpsuit, she was shackled hand and foot, and she was chained to the other people who were appearing before the court that day. Ultimately, she was released on reduced bond of $5,000 and given a curfew and an ankle monitor. Now, Mr. Crossley, who had been arrested for destroying Ms. Singleton's phone, had a very different experience with the criminal legal system. His bond was initially set at $3,500. He paid the bond. He was released on the day that he was arraigned. He pled guilty to 2 misdemeanors. He did no additional jail time. And of course, because he pled guilty, prosecutors never needed Ms. Singleton to testify against him at all. The second story I want to tell you is about a woman named Tracy McCarter. Tracy McCarter's ex-husband, James Murray, had been abusing Ms. McCarter for years before the night that he showed up at her apartment drunk, demanded money for alcohol, and assaulted Ms. McCarter. Ms. McCarter picked up a knife to defend herself, and her husband was ultimately stabbed in the chest. She screamed for help. She called 911, and she attempted to stop the bleeding. Ultimately, she was arrested and held at Rikers Island, and prosecutors contended that she was not a victim of violence. They said that she had previously been violent towards Mr. Murray, although the police report from the incident that prosecutors pointed to states that it involved a verbal argument, that Mr. Murray was too drunk to stand up when the police came, and that he was not physically injured in any way. Prosecutors argued that Ms. McCarter was not afraid of Mr. Murray and stabbed him either because she was jealous and angry about his relationships with other women, or because she was trying to prevent him from stealing her purse. Ms. McCarter's defense attorneys repeatedly asked the court to set bail, arguing that Mr. Murray had abused Ms. McCarter for years, abuse that got worse when Mr. Murray was drinking, and that Ms. McCarter's skills as a nurse were very necessary during the COVID pandemic. Ms. McCarter offered to wear an electronic monitoring device to address prosecutors' concerns about flight, and nonetheless, prosecutors continued to oppose Ms. McCarter's requests for bail, saying that she was not a victim of domestic violence, and that she was a flight risk. Ms. McCarter was ultimately released on electronic monitoring after spending 6 months on Rikers Island. And after 2 years of advocacy, the charges were dropped because in this case, something really unusual happened. During the campaign for Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, one of the candidates, tweeted out, "I stand with Tracy, victims of violence should never be jailed." But Mr. Bragg didn't do anything about that his first day in office, or his 10th day in office, or his 10th month in office. In fact, it took an additional 1.5 years before Mr. Bragg did anything to try to get Tracy McCarter's charges dropped. Finally, I want to tell you about Tanisha Williams. Tanisha Williams was 20 years old, a victim of repeated sexual, physical, and emotional abuse, the mother of 2 young children, and unhoused at the time that she met Patrick Martin. Ms. Williams had been doing survival sex work, and Mr. Martin offered her a place to stay in exchange for sharing the bills. What Ms. Williams did not know was that Mr. Martin planned to sell her for sex. And when she found that out and told him no, he began beating and strangling her. He took her money, and he forced her to care for his house and his children. Mr. Martin always carried a gun with him, and Ms. Williams feared that he would use it on her, but she did not want to go back to sleeping in cars. And so she decided to stay with Mr. Martin and endure his violence until she had enough money to move out. In December of 2002, a man named Kevin Amos came to Mr. Martin's Saginaw, Michigan apartment. Because Mr. Martin believed that Kevin Amos had looked at him disrespectfully, Mr. Martin punched and then pistol whipped Mr. Amos, who lost consciousness. Mr. Martin then ordered Tanisha Williams to tape Mr. Amos's mouth and nose closed. Ms. Williams began to scream. And when she did that, Mr. Martin picked her up and slammed her against the wall so hard that it cracked the drywall, then cut off her airway with his fist. He ordered her to either get down or lay down, which she understood to mean either you comply with my order to tape his mouth or I'm going to kill you. And in fact, Mr. Martin said that's exactly what he meant. In an affidavit that we got from Mr. Martin, he said at that time she was terrified. I told them, if you don't do it, I'm gonna do you. So they did it, but it was out of fear. The case then went cold for 7 years. But in 2009, Ms. Williams decided that she would tell the truth. She wanted to give Mr. Amos's family some closure, and so she told police everything that she knew about the crime. As a result, Mr. Martin was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. And Ms. Williams testified against Mr. Martin at trial. She believed that police and prosecutors would understand that she had only complied with Mr. Martin's orders because she knew he would kill her if she didn't. What Ms. Williams didn't know was that even though she had acted under duress, that explanation would not protect her from a murder conviction, because duress excuses criminal actions that are taken when a person is under the threat of imminent death or serious bodily injury, believes that that threat is real, and cannot otherwise avoid the harm, but not in cases of intentional murder. And so as the prosecutor in Ms. Williams's case argued, the law does not allow one person to sacrifice the life of an innocent to save their own. The law says, no, you can't do that. You've got to resist. You've got to take your chances. We have twice asked the governor of Michigan to commute Ms. Williams' sentence. So far, we have not been successful. So what all of these women have in common is that they were all victims of forms of gender-based violence, and all of them were punished by the criminal legal system as a direct result of that violence. Now, these stories aren't new. On June 23rd, 1855, an enslaved woman named Celia, whose first name is only known to us, fought off her master, Robert Newsom, with a stick, killing him. Newsom had repeatedly raped Celia over the 5 years since he had purchased her at age 14. Celia told him that she would fight if he tried to rape her again, and she asked his daughters to stop him, but Mr. Newsom persisted. So after killing Mr. Newsom, Celia put his body into the fire and removed his bones the following day. Missouri law permitted women to argue self-defense in resisting rape, but the judge in Celia's case refused to give that instruction. By law, Celia was property, not a person, and therefore could not be raped. Instead, what the judge told the jury was that if Mr. Newsom had been used to having intercourse with Celia, went to her cabin to do so, and she struck and killed him, she would be guilty of first-degree murder. On November 1st, 1855, Celia was in fact found guilty of first-degree murder. She was hanged on December 21st, 1855. In 1948, Rosalie Ingram, a Georgia sharecropper, and her 2 sons, Wallace and Sammy Lee, were convicted by an all-white jury of killing a man named John Stratford. Wallace hit Stratford with a gun when Stratford tried to rape Ms. Ingram. Ms. Ingram and her sons, then aged 16 and 14, were sentenced to death. That sentence was later modified to life in prison, and they were ultimately freed in 1959 after sustained advocacy and organizing on their behalf. And then in 1974, feminists rallied around Joanne Little, a 20-year-old Black woman charged with killing Clarence Alligood, a 62-year-old white correctional officer at the Beaufort County, North Carolina jail. Mr. Alligood was found dead on the bunk in Ms. Little's cell with semen on his thigh. He had been stabbed 11 times. Ms. Little said that Mr. Alligood came to her cell carrying an ice pick, which he tried to use to force her to have oral sex with him. He grabbed her neck, he shoved her to the ground. And while Ms. Little was complying, Mr. Alligood loosened his grip on the ice pick. Ms. Little grabbed the ice pick and she stabbed Mr. Alligood with it. After a little over an hour, a jury consisting of both Black and white members acquitted Ms. Little, who was then returned to prison to finish serving out her original sentence. Like Renata Singleton and Tracy McCarter, Tanisha Williams, Celia, Rosalie Ingram, and Joanne Little, many, if not most, of the women who are tried and convicted for protecting themselves are and were Black women. For the last 40 years, the criminal legal system has been the primary response to gender-based violence, which includes intimate partner violence, rape and sexual assault, and trafficking in the United States. Criminalization was meant to increase our understanding of gender-based violence and decrease the level of violence by changing community norms about its acceptability. But one of the serious consequences, and I would argue perhaps the most serious consequence of that choice, has been the increased rates of arrest, prosecution, conviction, and incarceration of those who those changes were meant to protect, victims of violence. So many victims have been caught up in the criminal legal system in recent years that an entire movement known by the name Survived and Punished has emerged to protest their re-victimization by the criminal legal system. And note that I didn't call this an unintended consequence. Women of color, and particularly Black women in the United States, have warned since the beginning of the anti-violence movement that increasing the reach of the legal system would harm women of color. And we've seen those results for too long now to argue that those consequences are still unforeseen. People come into the criminal legal system in a variety of different ways, so criminalized survivors specifically. They come in as witnesses, as victims, and as defendants in criminal cases. They expect that the criminal legal system will recognize and take account of their victimization in the way that it treats them. But the criminal legal system only protects perfect victims. The criminal legal system wants blameless victims, innocent victims, weak, meek, passive, white women. And they want monstrous offenders to pit them against, who are usually men. But victims of violence don't always or even often conform to these stereotypes. Sometimes victims of violence are angry. Sometimes they fight back. They do sex work. They have mental health issues. They use substances. I could go on and on. And these are, of course, imperfect victims. These imperfect victims then face harsh treatment from the legal system. They're held in contempt for their belligerence. They're subpoenaed to testify, and if they don't choose to testify, they're jailed for declining to participate in prosecution. They're arrested to protect them and for their own good. I'm trying to make air quotes, it looks ridiculous. They're arrested for acting in self-defense or acting under duress. They're arrested pursuant to mandatory arrest laws that were, in theory, meant to protect them. They are prosecuted, convicted, and incarcerated for long terms as a result of mandatory minimum sentencing laws. They're placed on sex offender registries and live under draconian conditions of parole. Criminalization was meant to benefit victims of gender-based violence, to keep them safe, and to ensure that those who harmed them were held accountable. Instead, the criminal legal system has done a tremendous amount of damage to those that it was meant to protect. Now, for some people, the answer to this is reform. You fix the parts of the system that are harming victims of violence while leaving the apparatus of state punishment intact. But reforms cannot and will not prevent the punishment of survivors of gender-based violence. Abolition feminism is the only politics and practice that will prevent the punishment of survivors. And it's not surprising that several notable abolitionists, including Miriam Kaba and Beth Ritchie, came to abolition through their work in the anti-violence movement. They saw the damage that had been done by an anti-violence movement that colluded with the state to build repressive systems to police and punish gender-based violence. They questioned how systems that regularly did harm to women and to queer and trans people, especially Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, could possibly keep victims safe. And they were right. And so what do we do? You know, obviously, the people who are on this call share, I think, a common orientation towards abolition. The $180 billion at kind of the modest end of the estimates that is going into the criminal legal system now could be used in any number of other kinds of ways that would do so much more good for criminalized survivors, along with, of course, everyone else entrapped in the criminal legal system. But we know that abolition isn't happening tomorrow necessarily. If it does, that's wonderful. But if it doesn't, there are so many things that we can do along the way. We can oppose laws, new criminal laws that increase the reach of the carceral state. In the anti-violence space, one of the big ones is talk about criminalizing coercive control. It's not that coercive control is not a problem for victims of gender-based violence. It very much is, but criminalizing it doesn't fix that problem. And in fact, it exacerbates many of the correlates of the violence that's occurring in the first place. We need to repeal laws that bring people into the system and keep them there. So I mentioned mandatory arrest laws. Mandatory arrest laws require police to make an arrest whenever they have probable cause to do so in a case involving domestic violence. And so not surprisingly, after the inception of mandatory arrest laws in the United States, arrest rates went up. They went up for women more than anyone else, and they've stayed disproportionately high for women, and particularly for Black women. A new report out of Georgia shows that, a report out of Connecticut shows that while Black and brown women make up 35% of the population, they are 53% of those who are arrested for domestic violence. So we could get rid of mandatory arrest laws. We could get rid of felony murder laws. So many criminalized survivors are brought into the system as a result of being kind of engaged with their partners or others in acts for which they are not responsible. Felony murder laws are problematic across the board. They're especially problematic for criminalized survivors. We could get rid of mandatory minimum sentences. There's a case out of Iowa of a woman named Dixie Shanahan Doody, who, when she was found guilty of second-degree murder, her jury was appalled to hear that her sentence would be 50 years. They had no idea that that's what they were sentencing her to by finding her guilty of murder. And long mandatory minimum sentences are entrapping criminalized survivors as well. We could eliminate cash bail. We should eliminate cash bail. Cash bail, again, is a problem for everyone. We should not punish people for being low income, but it's a particular problem for women who often struggle to come up with cash bail. And you saw that in the case of Renata Singleton. We could engage in survivor defense work. There's so much work that we can do on behalf of survivors who find themselves caught up in the criminal legal system through letter writing and financial support and visits to incarcerated people, fundraising to support incarcerated people, public art, rallies and other organizing events, social media outreach, recruiting lawyers, court watching, pressuring prosecutors to drop charges, and showing that the community supports the accused survivor through letters and testimony. We can fight for clemency for already incarcerated survivors. You saw kind of in the case of Cyntoia Brown, for example, how public support for her clemency made such a difference. The Free Brescia campaign and that public support for clemency there made such a difference for her. I caught the tail end of opposing the construction of new prisons, and especially opposing the construction of new prisons that purport to be gender responsive or trauma informed. There is no such thing as a trauma-informed prison. Prisons are trauma factories. And what gender responsive often means is just offering stereotypically gendered programming. And prison, of course, is always going to be an after-the-fact intervention. No prison is going to prevent the conditions that are bringing criminalized survivors into the system in the first instance. Preventing violence starts by making sure that everybody has what they need to live. It's what Ruth Wilson Gilmore has said over and over and over again about how abolition has to work, right? Abolition isn't just about tearing down, it is about building. And we have to build the things that people have. We need to build the things that people need to live and to thrive. Housing, employment with a living wage, physical and mental health care, quality childcare, transportation. When you look at the drivers of intimate partner violence, what you see is that economic stress and strain is a huge driver of intimate partner violence, and that existing trauma is a huge driver of intimate partner violence. Our failure to address these issues and then putting people in spaces where we are then decimating their capacity for economic self-sufficiency and creating additional trauma is just driving more violence. We need to offer alternatives to the carceral system, which means identifying and supporting non-carceral first responders who understand intimate partner violence. And that's happening already in Chicago. There's a pilot going on right now between Violence Interrupters and The Network, a Chicago-based nonprofit with experience in intimate partner violence. We need to develop accountability processes that take harm seriously without relying on the carceral system. Obviously, that's what TJ is all about. Angela Davis has long argued that those of us who work to end gender-based violence should be on the front line of abolitionist struggle. And working towards abolition takes a sustained effort over a long period of time, and change may be difficult to see in the short term. But ensuring that criminalized survivors and everyone is no longer punished by the criminal legal system justifies that work. The only way to ensure that criminalized survivors are no longer punished by the criminal legal system is to eliminate that system. We created the carceral system. We can destroy it and build something liberatory and healing in its place. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have many of your works and Kava and everything. I teach a 400 level domestic violence class in the prisons, and I always tell them like this is like a treatment class. This is like transformative justice. This is abolitionist feminists, everything. We're looking at all the ways that it impacts everybody. Could you talk a little bit about like carceral feminism and how that like stops or like halts organizing? Because and this connects with the previous presentation with the rural organizing. I tried to do some organizing in a small town, and like a lot of even like the most abolitionist anarchists like communists would be like still call the cops on perpetrators and everything. Could you explain a little bit on that too?
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about the second thing first. I think what happens for a lot of really progressive people is that intimate partner violence and other forms of gender-based violence bring two of their priorities into tension with each other. People who are generally for ending mass incarceration still want to take gender-based violence seriously. And the only way that they understand to take gender-based violence seriously is to criminalize it. And so that creates this paradigm in which you see people like Larry Kramer, right, who comes into office in Philadelphia saying, I'm going to radically change the way that prosecution works here, also saying, but we're going to keep prosecuting domestic violence because that's really important. It also just shows a real ignorance about the data on intimate partner violence, I think, because when you look at the data, what you see is that criminalization is not decreasing or deterring intimate partner violence. In fact, it's exacerbating many of the correlates of intimate partner violence, like economic stress, like trauma. And so, that's part, I think, of a messaging issue that we have with kind of progressive folks, is to say, you think you're doing good by doing this, but you're not. And here's why you're not. And so you can give up on that, right? And we can do this differently. And that work has to be done, going to your first question, because the anti-violence movement has always been a carceral feminist movement, right? The roots of the anti-violence movement are in the belief that it was important to use the carceral power of the state, the punitive power of the state, to intervene on behalf of victims of violence, just as it did in every other kind of case, right? That was the mantra of the early anti-violence movement. We should treat domestic violence just like we treat any other crime. And so that messaging, that thinking goes very deep. And there's a real fear too around kind of what do we do if we don't use carceral systems? What will that look like? And the inability to give people kind of a fully fashioned plan that says, this is what interventions would look like if we didn't use the carceral state, makes many people afraid to even take that first step. And I will admit, my Twitter handle is Recovering Carceral Feminist. Ask me how. And I talk all the time about my trajectory. It took me 28 years to get to abolition. I mean, I wrote a book called Decriminalizing Domestic Violence and still would not identify myself as an abolitionist because I couldn't see what it was that we were going to do. And it really took Miriam Kaba's work to get me to say, okay, you know what? I don't have to know. I don't have to have all of these answers yet. I have to be committed to building the things that we need to have people thrive and breaking down this unbelievably unjust and oppressive system. And we will figure this out. And so, one of our big fights in the anti-violence movement remains this carcerality that is just kind of baked, hardwired into that movement in the first instance.
Yeah, it's so easy when people talk about anti-violence and everything, when it comes to like, well, what about the rapists? What about the sex offenders? Like, then it's just like, well, on them, like we don't want them, or that doesn't create the safe spaces and everything. What would you kind of reply to that? or maybe add a little bit more to it.
Yeah, so I steal from the best. I'm going to steal from Danielle Sered now, and say very few people come to violence for the first time as perpetrators. Most people come to violence for the first time as victims. And so what we're talking about here are not people who are kind of irredeemably bad or sociopaths or psychopaths. We are talking about people who've experienced trauma, who haven't had that trauma processed in any kind of way, and who are using violence as a way of kind of understanding themselves in relationship to other people. That doesn't mean they're irredeemable, right? That doesn't mean we give up on people. And so, you know, what about the rapists and what about the abusers, right? We help people. We help people understand the roots of what they're doing. We try to alleviate the things that are correlating with their violence. And, you know, will there be kind of that very small number of people who can't be changed in some way? You know, probably yes. And we will figure that out. And I don't have that answer yet. And I know that's unsatisfying and not in this group as much, but you know, when I speak to more mainstream groups, that's really unsatisfying for people, but it would be pretty arrogant for me to think like I have the answer to this. I think it's an answer we develop in community, that we figure out what does a community form of accountability look like for those people who genuinely are still posing a threat to the safety of the rest of us. Like, what do we do about that? And that's got to be a community-based response.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I'm so happy to be on this awesome panel. I have your book that my students in the inside read and everything. So thank you so much, Professor Goodmark. It was definitely a pleasure.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it, and have a wonderful rest of your conference. I'm going back to work.
Sure. Do the good work.
Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. The next awesome academic or activist is Ray Duckworth, presenting on Say His Name, Bobby Ray Duckworth, and intersectional organizing. Ray Duckworth is the current operating chairperson for the Black Lives Matter Utah chapter and the president for the Utah Black History Museum. As a family member of police violence, we continue to stand in solidarity with families and victims of police brutality, as the police are not our friends. Bobby Ray Duckworth is a cousin to Miss Duckworth, who was murdered by police while experiencing a mental health crisis on World Suicide Prevention Day, September 10th, 2019. This tragedy has increased awareness and participation politically and within the community in decolonizing and accepting mental health practices and conversations. I think you are muted, Ray. Yep.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Ray Duckworth, and I wear many hats. I am the operating chairperson for Black Lives Matter Utah chapter, and I am the president for our first Utah Black History Museum. You only know my name though because my cousin is Bobby Ray Duckworth, and he was shot and killed by police. There was an officer who was responding to a mental health crisis call, and Bobby had complied with all of his demands, and the officer still was in fear of his life and shot my cousin 6 or 7 times as he complied with the demands. This did happen in 2019 on World Suicide Day, World Suicide Prevention Day, which was super triggering and kind of gut-wrenching for all of us to understand. At the time of Bobby's mental health crisis, he just received a phone call that he might need to return to prison. And this, you know, is a stressful phone call to receive when you are exploring and finding out that you are a beautiful person inside and out, and that you have these dreams and goals. And his partner at the time, she actually was the person who called the police seeking help for a person who was experiencing a mental health crisis and who was, talking about suicidal ideations. And this officer responded and possibly might have known him, not only from our courts and prison systems, but also from a religious scene. Sorry, this is a lot to like reprocess, but it's good to be here. So thank you for having me. But that is the only reason why you know my name is because of Bobby Ray Duckworth. And so what this has taught me is that we are all experiencing a lot of things at the same time, and we feel alone within those feelings, but we are very much intersected and connected. And I love reminding people that. So I'm very blessed to be here on this panel today because I felt, as I'm sitting here listening to each of these presentations, it's very easy to connect and intersect with each of them, their goals, and where we're going to be. So that's one of the things I love to remind people is your activism, it must be intersectional. And that is what Lex Scott, who is the original founder of the Utah Black Lives Matter chapter, she will tattoo that in your brain in every conversation, in every space, because that is a very determined process. So I do apologize. My camera will cut in and out because I had to change my schedule up. So I am sorry for that. Okay. So with the reminder of intersectionality, that first was coined by Kimberly Crenshaw, a queen, who loved to point out that we, when we are feeling like we need to, start to be active within our communities, sometimes we lack the responsibility of becoming intersectional. So it was beautiful to hear how everybody here practices intersectionality within their activism, within their organizations, and they even encourage like large nonprofits to do so. So it's very beautiful to hear these type of things. Another thing that we'd love to share also is our Black Lives Matter Utah chapter. It's not affiliated with the global network. It was actually established in 2014 by Lex Scott, who also is the founder of the United Front. She saw Darian Hunt be shot and killed by police who responded to a Black man who happened to have a sword. This individual wasn't wielding the sword. I believe it was around the same time as Comic-Con, and he just had it on him, and someone found that suspicious. Police responded and they shot and killed this Black man. And the case, if I would encourage you all to actually look into it, because the case of it gets extremely scary. What power can do if you don't hold them accountable, and how important it is to collectively combine that accountability process with communities, with intersectionality at the base of it all. In Darian Hunt's case, one of the most triggering things that people need to know about is that it happened in front of a bank. And when they went to go review the evidence for legal work, the cameras that caught the incident are no longer on the building. So it's very important to hold these entities accountable collectively. And I love to remind people that there should never be a scenario where we feel like we have to do this by ourselves, because we never have to do anything by ourselves. We connect and combine collectively together, and intersectionality is a beautiful tool that's used when we can collectively combine with that at the base of everything, especially within activism communities. Another thing I love to discuss is also how we need to prioritize mental health and how we respond to mental health. I loved what I heard here today about removing SROs. In the state of Utah, where we are located, we have an issue with SROs are allowed in certain schools, predominantly West Side schools, which are predominantly children of color. And so it's just that prioritization and that understanding of intersectionality that we need to take care of our response in our mental health, but also, you know, that's part of protecting the children. Like when we hear these big movements of like prioritizing protecting children and protecting families, but then Utah is actually a state that's based about family, or at least the construction of family. And we fail family every single day. We fail them at policy. We fail them legislatively. We fail families every day because of what what is allowed to happen here with things like having SROs, not prioritizing mental health, funding our police in the state of Utah. If I would also encourage you to look up the Frontline. They had a series where they actually investigated Utah police, and they found out that, you know, Black people in the state of Utah make up less than a 2% population, but are 11 times more likely to be targeted by police. And then there was other, they broke it down to, you know, the probability of having an encounter with the police that could end deadly or violent. And it just, what it does is it just continues to zero down on communities that I'm able to intersect with, but also you are. So it's kind of getting scary to live in the state of Utah as far as everything, especially, you know, we want to promote and encourage intersectionality, because that also supports things like diversity, inclusion, and equity. The state of Utah has actually, you know, targeted these type of programs. They've targeted trans and non-binary individuals, and what that does is it increases the target amongst Black people. In the state of Utah, there are Black, non-binary, and trans people, and when you start to create these large movements of anti-DEI, you're not just removing programs, you're actually zeroing in and like harming actual people. And it gets worse. In the state of Utah, we're located on stolen land, and these tribes who still operate and exist and hold conversations with universities, they with these anti-DEI movements, what they're doing is they're restricting Indigenous people from access to universities and access to education. And the intersectionality continues. So I really appreciate everyone here and the points that they've all brought up. I operate better with questions. And so I'm wondering if there are any questions at this time, because I operate better that way. But yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Ray. Has there been any like quote remorse, Air Bunny's remorse from the police or anything that they did shoot Bobby or anything? Oh, oh, I think I have to. Yeah, unmuted. I'm still muted. Still there? Oh, okay. Oh, muted. No worries. No worries. Oh, Ask to unmute. Yep. Let's unmute. Does that work? I put ask to unmute. Oh, no worries. Just can't. Ask to unmute. Did you do it on my mobile? Oh, I did the one you have. Oh, I can do this. You got two of them. Does that work? I did it on both.
Yes, I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
cool. Oh, no worries.
Okay, sorry. And to answer your question, absolutely not. That's actually a very triggering and a current conversation that Bobby's mother Carolyn has started to bring about and talk publicly. Is that she never ever received even the bare minimum of sorry that we killed your kid. And so there's never been any acts of remorse within the state of Utah. The only other time I've ever heard of like even a government official getting involved, it was completely performative, and they had flipped the whole entire script, and somehow a mayor of a major city in the state of Utah became a victim in the phone call with a family of police brutality. So no, in the state of Utah, it is super dangerous to have black skin and no knowledge of the dangers that police will bring you. And I will repeat that forever. Our chapter does a kids camp every summer because we want to support the ideas of implementing programs, and we want to encourage and empower children of color with knowledge. And so we do a know your rights training. We do an exhibit with the museum. We had Milton Grimes, who was Rodney King's lawyer. He actually comes to our camp and he does a presentation. He talks about the use of the N-word. And so yeah, it's just super, yeah, there's never been any type of responsibility. Jalen.
Is this just because of the police culture, or like they want to save face, or like cops always have a reason why they don't do something? It's a fucked up reason, but like it's either like they want to save face, or they're blatantly racist, or um I don't know. I don't know if you wanted to go into that.
Just going back to like the points that have been brought up here, they're all intersected and connected, right? So if we have a 2% population of black and brown people who live in, or black people who identify as black living in this state, that's such a tiny community that of course we're going to encourage them to the prison, school to prison pipeline. Of course we're going to make sure that when they reach jail or prison, that we make sure that they find their way back there. So yeah, it's like an ongoing intersectional issue here that they prioritize and value police because they don't value the human being. They value property here. After the police shot Bernardo Palacios in Salt Lake City, Utah, they shot at this child, and I will say he is a child because if you are under the age of 25, you are a child to me. And they shot this child 37 times. And I believe 17 bullets hit this child. And the only reason why the police were even in the area was in search of someone who had white skin. But they saw him and retaliated towards him. And when protesters responded, when protesters responded to this murder, they spilled red paint on the grounds in front of the DA, and they said, this is how much bloodshed it is for these families who are seeking justice, because our DA here in Salt Lake City, he is super problematic and super performative in all of his actions. So that was the response there. And so what they did to those protesters who didn't cause any harm, who didn't hurt anybody, they brought paint to the street. They fined them on fines, just for like a $250 cleanup wash spray job that happened to be in front of the DA's office. So what's an ongoing pattern in Utah is they prioritize property. They don't value the human being. There's plenty of research and studies that are showing how the United States actually value people and how they do that under the court of law. Males with white skin are highly more of value in the United States under the law than people of color. And so if you're allowing the police to kill off these people of color, it's making it super difficult for these people of color to bring these cases in. So like I brought up in the comments earlier, is that there was an incident in Salt Lake City where a Black man was actually a victim of domestic violence. His partner stabbed him and he was bleeding in the elevator, and the police responded and watched him bleed out because he was a Black man, a victim of domestic violence. And so we don't have resources here to where, even lawyers are willing to take that case. But luckily, we found a lawyer in Texas who's willing to take this police brutality case, because that is a clear sign that the police just do not value people of color, whether they're the victim or not, and in these cases. And so it's just intersectional, and so I'm very blessed to be here and know these people who you've invited here today, because I'm very much going to connect and follow up with each of them, because we do this work too, and we do it to support our communities, to gain those goals towards abolition. And ACAB, we don't use the police. There's no point of it. We love lawyers, because they want to shield us from those scenarios. We've been very blessed here to know really good lawyers who have hearts of gold. We had a case here where a Black girl was a victim of bullying, racial bullying, discrimination from students, staff, and administration. The parent went all the way up to the district and received absolutely no help. And this child committed suicide. And it was successful, and it broke this mother who did nothing but fight for her child, and her name is Izzy Tishner. And it was just very blessed to have Tyler Ayers and Milton Grimes go, wow, like it's such an issue here, like racism, discrimination, and violence towards Black children, whether it's an officer or the schools, the education, the prison to school pipeline, or the law. We need to do something about that. And they rallied against this mother, or rallied for this mother, around this mother, and really shielded her from the could have negative possibilities, right? And it ended up in like we had legislative move. They passed an Izzy's bill. So now they're working to collect data on the victims of children in schools to see if, primarily children of color are being targeted, or children who identify as LGBTQ or even non-binary or trans. So we are very thankful for lawyers who are abolitionists, who want to do the work and use their privilege and their power in these scenarios to create these changes, because, we lost a beautiful girl and gained legislation and, community, but like we shouldn't have lost a child for that. We should have been able to have a conversation and understand one another. But it's really difficult in the state of Utah because they do not they do not value people of color. They do not value Black people, Black women, trans people. And so we are all connected. And that's what Carl Moore reminds us here in Utah every day. And so it's just really valuable to remember that community wins, but we have to do it together. We can't do it alone.
Yeah, totally. I'm in Minnesota, and north of or north of where I am is definitely, it has the sobriquet Murderapolis, with all the killings and everything. But it pisses me off because I'm not from Minnesota, I'm from Wisconsin, and there's this um ridiculous like culture, and it's made fun of. It's called Minnesota Nice and everything, and it's like I would like to research on how it's connected to white supremacy and everything, because like it's just such a fucked up scenario when like people still, after all this time, still like, I mean, they'll wave like fucking black or blue lives matter flags and everything, or they say, well, they're just doing their job, they should have known. What
Yeah.
is kind of your talking points on, I mean, I mean, there's one way of just being like, trying to convince people and yell at them. That doesn't work sometimes, but like, what would you like respond, or what's kind of your go-to for people?
For like the whole Blue Lives Matter conversation, like
Yes.
I don't even entertain those anymore, because the only blue life I'm aware of is a Smurf. The Blue Lives dialogue, it is divisive, and it further supports, history. When if you look into history, we learn that laws were created for white men, and they were not created for Black people, because Black people have always been dehumanized throughout history. And so with that dehumanization, that's what Blue Lives versus Black Lives Matter does, is it increases that support of dehumanization for Black people. Mom, what are we going to do? I don't know. Sorry.
Totally.
But yeah, so that's my take on it, is that it's just further dehumanization of Black people. And so to entertain the conversation is, if that's their first response to me, is that Blue Lives Matter, they already do not value me as a human being. They do not see me as an equal body. And so I will not give them a time of day. They do not deserve a time of day. They deserve a book, and I'm not the one to provide it to them.
Right on. What events do you have going on with either the Black Lives Matter or with the museum?
So this month is Black History Month. Yay. It's also my birthday month, so I just love this month.
Oh, right on. Happy birthday.
We are traveling. Thank you. We're traveling all over Utah. So the Utah Black History Museum, it's a traveling mobile exhibit. It started in 2019, and they bought a giant bus and made it really gorgeous with murals, and then it pulls up and it brings you an exhibit. And primarily, we visit schools and private-owned businesses, and sometimes large corporations. It just depends on, what those organizations and those businesses, like, what are their goals. And so that's what we've been doing all month, is just visiting the requests that have been lined up for February. We're super busy this month. Not all of the visits are public, because some of the, it's private exhibits from businesses or organizations and things like that. Yesterday, we had a really cool opportunity at being at the Salt Lake City International Airport, and we did an exhibit for Delta Airlines, which is super cool, because that's just a monumental thing to do, is to not only bring Utah a Black History Museum, but man, we went and showed it off in an international space, and that's important, because that also supports the idea of intersectionality. So that's what we've been doing, and we're preparing for March and April, where the museum will be posted up in Utah Valley University's campus library. I am located in Salt Lake County, which is the capital the capital cities county, and that's out in Utah County, where they have a lot of racist and discrimination issues. If you're familiar with the group Black Menaces or any of those awesome young Black leaders that we have down in Utah County, what they're doing is they're using all of their social media platforms to bring minimum awareness or maximum awareness, like with their call out right now. Right now, they've, with the state, you know, basically flipping the script and supporting anti-DEI measures, the Black Menaces and those who organize with them have started to call the Olympics and the Sundance Film Festival and call them out and say, hey, like, you guys are promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, how important that is, you know, to our intersection communities. But our state actually does not agree with that. But our state makes really good money off of your visits. And so the Black Menaces, they've calling campaign just to have Utah and everyone else outside to inform the Olympics and the Sundance Film Festival that, hey, like, there is like really terrible, heavy amount of harm that's happening in this state, and we actually need to get our ducks in a row before we can start inviting like these beautiful examples of diversity to our state. And so that's what we're going to be dealing with out in Utah County coming up March and April.
Right on. You have a couple more minutes. Is there any like parting things you want to say or anything else?
No, that I would just love to connect with everybody. Please join our chapter or sign up for a newsletter where we flood you with all of the things that we're doing. That would be super cool. You know, support the museum, and yeah, no, I am good. If there's any questions or comments, concerns, I'm here for it. Other than that, I'm super blessed and thankful to be here. And so thanks for inviting me again, Lucas. I appreciate it.
Oh, definitely love to have you. Please, if you have any links to anything or contact info, I'll put that in the chat and everything.
Yeah, for sure. I'll do that now.
Right on. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next awesome speaker is Dr. Kinikini Lani Leah, talking about armed self-defense in the Hawaiian Kingdom, speculative facts and legal deceptions of the United States occupation. Dr. Leah Lani Kinikini is is a critical cultural researcher with a PhD degree from University of Auckland and Pacific Studies. She is a co-editor of the book series Libertary Voices from Community Colleges and has a recent chapters on Polynesian lowriders and lowrider studies, reader and Repin, Native Use Justice. She currently is director of the Institute for Research and Engaged Scholarship at the University of Hawaii West Oahu, a position which allows her to continue to blend the arts of letters with the deep social impact of liberation actions. Just finding if they are on. See them on here. And I sent a message to David, if you are interested in changing spots. Yes? Okay. Yeah, she hasn't. I don't think she's on here. If Leah is on here. That's okay. But yeah, all right. We'll definitely change it here. Yeah. Okay, we'll just change this to awesome David L. Garlick. Labels hinder formerly incarcerated persons. David Garlick is a successful returning citizen, reentry professional, and criminal justice reform advocate. David enjoys educating the next generation of criminal justice professionals on rehabilitation and advocating in various spheres for a effective and equitable justice system. He is a writer, author, and poet, yes, who shares his story in many written forms. He is on numerous nonprofit boards, along with being a frequent speaker at colleges and universities, criminal and social justice conferences, and community events. He was in the movie Just Mercy in 2020 and presented at TEDx Arcadia in April of 2022. And I will give the floor to David.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Can you hear me okay, Lucas?
Yep.
And can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, hey, one thing I'd love to do is anytime I speak, and I've spoken about 60 universities across the country and other presentations, is I love to ask this question: what do you think I went to prison for? Because if you look at my slide and you look at what I look like in that picture, the answer that 90% of the people say is fraud. It's very interesting because that is being said because I'm white, I'm well dressed, and I sound educated. Then people say theft, and then the last thing people say are drugs. I love asking this question because it provides opportunity to talk about stigmas and stereotypes and labeling theory. Now, when I tell people that I went to prison for murder, their eyes get big and they're like, wait, what in the world? You don't look like you would have committed an offense like that. And it provides such an amazing opportunity to start having a dialogue about what labels are and how harsh they are for people. When we look at labeling theory, there's a lot of different aspects of it. I don't just want to read what's on this slide. I just created this so you guys can look at some of the key points in labeling theory. And a lot of labeling theory is about saying that, you know, if you commit an offense, this is who you intrinsically are. It's saying that if you commit an offense at a young age, that you are always going to be an offender. And that's something that is very harmful when we think about how we talk about individuals, you know. Myself, I committed the offense that I went to prison for when I was 19 years old. Today I'm 44 years old, and really no one in my sphere calls me a murderer or really calls me a convict or a felon, you know, and it's not because I don't have that label, because somebody could easily label me that way, but it's because I've worked on changing that label, you know. Brian Stevenson always talks about we have to correct the narrative, you know, and correcting that narrative is looking at labels and saying, okay, this is not how we're going to label somebody. This is not how we're going to continue to say this person is going to be defined for the rest of their life. When you look at the third part, sociologists generally agree that deviant labels are also stigmatizing labels. And that's one thing we have to realize is just how harsh these labels can be. And if you're a child and you get trapped in the system, and from that young age, you're just told that you're going to be a convict, you're going to be a felon, that is what you begin to believe about yourself. And that's really one thing that we have to challenge. You know, we have to say, okay, just because you committed a certain act, that doesn't mean that is who you are. And that's not who you're going to be for the rest of your life. And we have to get to that point where we say, okay, let's stop labeling people by that worst thing. Brian Stevenson, one of his famous quotes is, "You're not as bad as worst thing you've ever done." And that's how I view people. You know, I don't view them as an action that they've committed, you know, because if we did, what would we have? Oh, why is it going the wrong way? when I'm speaking in universities, another thing that I love to do is I ask the students and faculty, how many people have ever committed or ever stolen anything in their life? And 95% of the students raise their hand. And then I start going around and I start calling everybody a thief. And one of the instances where I had the biggest reaction was I was speaking in Philadelphia, and there was this Black woman who was sitting in the right. And when I called her a thief, her reaction was like, "Ah!" And it just like threw me totally off because I had never had somebody respond so emphatically when I called them a thief. But it gave a perfect example of the way that people don't want to be labeled by such a small thing. So, do we want to be known as a thief, a cheat, a liar, somebody that's useless, somebody that's worthless, a deviant, or a criminal? I always think about filling out a job application, and somebody that's formerly incarcerated, we always come up to that question that says, have you ever been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor? Imagine if you were filling out a job application and there was a box that says, have you ever stolen anything in your life? Imagine if there was a question that says, have you ever told a lie in your life? Imagine if there was a thing that said, have you ever cheated? That's the same way that we, as somebody who's formerly incarcerated, has to deal with these labels. It's something that people will use to put over our head and tell us that this is who we are. And it's definitely important that we work on changing the narrative around that. I have a colleague, Shannon, in Wisconsin, who doesn't talk about changing the narrative. He uses the term correcting the narrative, and we correct the narrative with different labels. We correct the narrative by using things that are going to build people up, by not referring to them by an act, but as a person and a human being. A lot of people refer to the term felon as a scarlet letter. It's a letter that once you commit an offense, this is who society is always going to look at you at. And with that scarlet letter comes all the collateral consequences of having committed an offense. And that's one thing that somebody who has gone to prison has to deal with. I mean, when I applied to jobs when I was released from prison, I couldn't even get a call back from Taco Bell. I couldn't get a call back from Burger King or McDonald's because I checked that box. The first job I had for 1 day and 2 hours. And the second day, the general manager wanted to talk to me about what I went to prison for. And when I told her that what had happened to my brother and me, that we had been sexually and physically abused for 8 years and we took the person's life, and I served 13 and a half years in prison, and these were my goals and my objectives as far as what I wanted to do when I was released, she said, "Oh, I'm sorry that that happened to you, but we can't have a violent offender working here." So everything that I experienced in that job, I was fired because I went to prison. I was fired because I went to prison for what society deems a violent offense. And that's what we have to look at too, is society wants to view people who go to prison in two different ways. You're either a non-violent person or you're a violent person, and one thing that we have to do is we have to get rid of that dichotomy. Just because somebody commits a violent offense does not mean that they're a violent person. If you ask anybody in my life, they would tell you that I'm not a violent person, that what my brother and I did, they understood it. They understood why we were using that type of method to escape the abuse that we were enduring, you know. And it's not like I just woke up one day and I'm going to commit an offense. The other scarlet letter that we need to talk about is the scarlet letter of the term SO, or the term sex offender. This is a label that doesn't seem like it ever wants to go away. You have a lot of people in the criminal justice reform space that are talking about, we need to use person first language. We need to do this. We need to do that. But there's one population that they don't want to change the way or change the label that is being used. And it's around people who have committed a sexual offense, you know, and it baffles me, you know, because if we're doing criminal justice reform, it needs to be for all of us. You know, you can't just say, you can't pick and choose who you're going to fight for. That's one thing that I think about the work that was done in Florida around Amendment 4, you know, and getting the rights for the men and women that were formerly incarcerated down there, and to be able to vote. You know, they'd been disenfranchised for so long. But there were two populations that were left out of Amendment 4. It was individuals who had committed murder and individuals who had committed a sexual offense, you know. And so what we have to do as far as advocates, what we have to do when we think about transformational justice is we have to transform it for everybody. We can't just say, okay, we're going to transform for this population, that population. But people that committed sexual offenses, they're the worst of the worst. They can never change. And so we need them to go off into their own space. That is hogwash. You know, we have to fight for everybody. A lot of people are always baffled and just in awe of the fact that I am somebody that was sexually and physically abused, and I took the life of my abuser. And now some of the advocacy work that I do is around people who have committed sexual offenses. And it's because of the fact that I judge people not by what they did, but who they are. You know, I worked as a program director of a Christian reentry home in Pennsylvania that primarily worked with people who committed sexual offenses. And I would always tell these men that your past isn't what defines you. What you do today and what you do tomorrow, that is what defines you. That is what people are really going to judge you on. When I talk to them as far as ways to discuss what they went to prison for, I would always tell them that your offense is not the main thing. Yes, to some people, it would be considered the main thing. But I told them the main thing is what you did while you were incarcerated, what you want to do, and what you're going to do to get there. And that's where the focus was, you know, and that's how I taught them to have conversations about what they went to prison for. And these individuals would always refer to themselves as sex offenders. And I'd be like, what? They're like, I'm a sex offender. I'm like, no, you're somebody who committed a sexual offense. And it began to really resonate with them. And they're like, yeah, you know what? That is me. I am not this action. I am a person. I am a human being. I'm a father. I'm a brother. I'm a construction worker, you know, and it began to change the way that they viewed themselves, and they labeled themselves in ways that were healthy and not something that was just focused on a deviant act that they committed sometimes 10, 20, 30 years ago. So here are some different aspects as far as person first language. So instead of using terms felon, it's using terms like formerly incarcerated. Instead of using term inmate, use the term incarcerated person or justice impacted person. Instead of using the term sex offender, use the term person forced to register or person who was convicted of a sexual offense, you know. I heard a district attorney say it the best way at training for judges in North Carolina last year. And he said that we're going to stop using and defining people as a noun, but we need to describe them with a verb. So instead of saying sex offender, person forced to register, now you're saying that they committed a certain offense, but that is not who they are, and it was so profound and so powerful, and it's something that I'll never forget, because that's what we have to do. We have to get to a point where we don't continue to label people by their actions, but we talk about who they are as far as a person. Are they a college graduate? Are they a doctor? What type of work do they do? Not what type of offense that they committed. I was actually tempted at first to change my name on this and just put murderer instead of David Garlock, so people would see that that is how powerful a label can be. And really, I think that freedom comes from the way that we relate to someone and how they are now able to view themselves. Because a lot of times, we as people that are formerly incarcerated, there's a lot of people that are released, but they're still in chains because of the labels that society is putting on them, especially when you think about people who have committed a violent offense. And so I think we need to help free them by the way that we talk about these individuals, these populations. We need to give them their power back. We need to give them their voice back. And that is all done by the way that we refer to them, how we talk about them, and how we don't continue to label them. And that's really all I have as far as the presentation. And I would love to just talk and answer any questions people have.
Yeah, thank you so much, David. I definitely appreciate this very much. As a person that has a lot of is forced, I am like a living example of like, well, you're not justice impacted. You're registered. Part of me wants to be like, when I introduce myself, especially in like criminology or convict criminology, abolition of spaces, I always say the thing last. So I'm a poet, PhD student, adjunct professor, and then polygraph survivor because I failed like 8 because I hate polygraphs. But I witnessed firsthand exactly what you said about like, everyone can has this freedom to like pick whatever they want and everything, but if I don't pick the right one, then they're saying that I'm justifying it, that I'm like rationalizing, I'm trying to get around like not calling myself, if that, because this reinforces labeling theory that you have to call yourself what the carceral system calls you, for you to have the ability to be fixed. You have to, call that name and everything. And like, I talked to someone on the internet, they were a cop. So like I could almost say like I was a catfish survivor or a cop catfish survivor. I mean, if I really want to get ridiculous about it. Um, has there been any like instances, or you're talking about the house where a lot of people that are on the registry for, is there any like education or anything by schools or any government bodies or anything that you know of that try to like have a delabeling session and just kind of like not force people to delabel themselves, because that would almost be counterproductive?
I haven't come across anything like that, but I mean, I'm really glad that you said that, because that is one thing that is so messed up about the counseling that people who are forced to register have to go through. And it's even more so with people who are still saying that they're innocent of whatever offense that they were charged with. And the fact that they have to be in counseling and they have to admit to something that they didn't do, and they have to label themselves in this certain way, and I wish that these counselors would come to conferences like this or go to ASC or ACJS or other conferences like that and really listen to stories of people on the registry, listen to individuals, and really understand how powerful reframing is and how it gives somebody their life back, and that they're not just in this place where they're viewing themselves as a label, and so I think that's really where we have to get to.
Yeah. Oh, Kyle has a question. I am unmuting Kyle.
Yeah, I want. Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I just wanted to thank Dr. Garlick for his presentation and to reinforce the example that you just nailed down right there, which is that when we support the stigmas, we doom the people who are innocent. I happen to know a lot of innocent people. One person went in with it's age 17 with this what's called a CSC crime now, but a criminal sex crime, or it was a CSC, but it's what's formerly known as a sex crime. And after 34 years, he got out about 2 weeks ago, but he was sentenced to 80 to 150 years. He was sentenced to die in prison and ultimately got DNA evidence proving he was out. But he, for years, was someone trapped under that circumstance that you just mentioned of being innocent and labeled with that crime, and having to go through these formalities that we need to rethink. Thanks.
Yeah, a movie that I would recommend for everybody to watch if you haven't is Brian Banks. He was a high schooler who was charged with rape. He had just gotten a lot of football scholarships, and he went to prison for 5 years, and finally after getting out and being on the registry for a while, he was exonerated. But it's a perfect example in showing the struggles of individuals, on the registry. I don't know if that was really one of their focuses that they wanted to do, but as far as society, people got a chance to see what somebody on the registry has to deal with, how easy it is for somebody to go back to prison, and really when you think about people who have committed sexual offenses, the reason most of this population go back to prison isn't for committing another sexual offense. It's for either a registry violation or committing a technical violation or committing some other type of offense. This population has the lowest recidivism rate out there.
Yeah, definitely. I also want to say that even in like I think I had this question for Dr. Goodmark as well about how like even in the most like abolitionist spaces, because I've been kicked out so many groups because I didn't want to say my background. I thought exactly what you said about like this is what I'm doing now. This is like so it's almost kind of like a secular almost a way of fixing things, almost like a secular penance of like, okay, if I do criminal justice work and I do this or I'm in poetry or I publish, people will be like almost like what Kant would say, like, oh, it would almost be like they would be like, oh, he's done this, he's not like that. But almost every single time it's like, well, he should have said something. And I'm like, no, like I don't want to explain myself. I did my time, I did probation, I have like 5 or 6 years left on registry. I don't need to talk about this one thing. and like labeling theory is like this perfect thing that describes this happens. Like people do not get the right to self-identify or have that self-agency and everything. Even in like at American Society of Criminology, obviously I can't, like, for the most part, just be open about it because, like, I I I, I always have this conflict of either wanting to say, even if I spend $1 billion billboards, ads to everyone, hey, this is what I did, people will be like, so what, there's other things to worry about, or they wouldn't pay attention. So like it's always like I can never win.
Well, I mean, the thing is you're where you are right now for a reason and a purpose. Um, and the doors are open and opportunities are open for you to have those conversations and to help with the idea of labeling isn't just for one particular thing, that we have to get rid of it for everybody. We can't say, okay, labels are okay if we're dealing with people who've committed sexual offenses, and
Yeah.
that's where people get to, and it irks me, and that's why I love being able to use my experiences and platform to have these conversations, because so many times people that are fighting against the registry and laws and rules like that are either individuals who are on the registry or family members of registrants. And, they can always say, oh, the reason you're fighting for this is because this. When they want to address me, they can't say those things. They have to be like, well, oh, wait, you're supposed to be somebody who wants these folks buried underneath a prison, not fighting with them and amongst them to bring about change. So it's important to have individuals who have been harmed by sexual offenses to be able to use their stories too about how detrimental labeling theory is, how detrimental the registry and other things are, and how they do not protect kids and keep people safe.
Exactly. That's almost kind of like the theme of this conference. It's almost like it's not so simple. It's like I use the term, it's non-binary. It's not just like just black and white and everything. It's like very, 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 very messy and everything. So you have like a minute, 2 minutes left if you want to say any final words. Not final words, but
I mean,
departing words, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate being on here, the opportunity to talk about labels, and definitely, changing the way we refer to individuals is something that takes time. Um, Even folks that have been in this work fighting against the registry are so used to labeling themselves as sex offenders, and it's something that I have to challenge them with, in the work and the advocates I'm working with, because they are so programmed by what they've been told about themselves. So know that changing your verbiage and how you refer to people isn't going to happen overnight, but just challenge yourself to begin to use person first language, and you'll see how it impacts people who have been just as impacted and involved.
Right on. That sounds amazing. And I put your email and your website in the chat as well. So thank you so much, David.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me again.
Thank you. All right. Next speakers actually are awesome segue to registry and civil commitment. Ruby Brewer and Tiffany Menkel talking about closing the shadow prisons, Minnesota, and civil commitment. Ruby Brewer, MS, LPC, CCA, TP, is president of Titus. Tiffany Minkle is Vice President of Titus. Both are co-founders of the NMSOP group in Minnesota. Brewer has a background as a clinician at Minnesota sex offender program and become acutely aware of the shortcomings of the system designed to treat and rehabilitate individuals. Witnessing the struggles and limitations of the program ignited a fire with Brewer's need to seek change and reform. Brewer's experiences allowed her to sympathize with individuals caught within the civil commitment system, motivating her to transition from clinical work to advocacy. On the other side of the spectrum, Minkle's personal connection to MSOP through a family member brought her face to face with the human impact of civil commitment. Witnessing the challenges, stigma, and lack of effective treatment options, Minkle was compelled to join forces with Brewer to address the systematic issues plaguing MSOP and similar programs across the nation. Are you? Oh, yep. There you go.
Hello, thank you, Lucas.
Thank you.
I was going to mention too, with the segue in that you did, Lucas, it really does roll into the civil commitment piece, and how people refer to individuals that have committed any type of crime. They refer to themselves like that in MSOP a lot, which was one of the things I've noticed. Trying to change, but it's not always easy. All right, Tiffany.
All right, so we're presenting about closing the shadow prisons. That's kind of how we refer to civil commitment, because it's essentially prison after prison. And we're trying to help bring legislation to sunset the program and reinvest those funds into things that actually work. So like I mentioned, it is after prison. Usually the DOC would make a referral after they complete their prison time. And actually they don't need to have a crime at all to be civilly committed in Minnesota. You can see on this chart where there was a huge spike in commitments. It's not really realistic that the worst of the worst jumped that high in those years. And Minnesota has the highest commitments per capita, even more than Florida or California, which have much larger populations. So as you can see here, they go from the prison to the other prison. They consider it treatment, but I honestly think the treatment program looks more like a prison than the prison does. And it's someplace they go indefinitely after they've served usually after they serve their time. Obviously, there's constitutional concerns about this. Typically, in criminal cases, you have protections through the law of double jeopardy, due process, proven beyond a reasonable doubt. However, in civil law, none of those apply. You're considered mentally ill. It's indefinite. They consider it treatment, not punishment, even though it looks and acts just like a prison. One of the big problems is the amount of money that it costs Minnesota to have MSOP. You can see here for this year, the operating budget is $112 million. The data that we were able to find before for prevention costs was from 2005, where they spent $823,000. A few years back, they had a program called MINCOSA, Circles of Support and Accountability, which was 88% effective. However, they ran out of funding and the program essentially fizzled out. So Ruby, you can go ahead with these.
The other issues that, I mean, there's obviously a lot of issues with civil commitment, but it's unfair and biased evaluations, especially at the Minnesota program. The matrix scoring guide that they use for the detainees in there was developed by MSOP. It is not an evidence-based scoring assessment.
There's no objective measures to advance or graduate the program. When I worked there, I was one of the clinicians that was told to make sure we lowered the detainee scores on their assessments to ensure that they would not progress forward and not, be supported for release. And the program requires the use of a polygraph and a PPG in order to advance. The PPG is banned in other countries. A lot of other programs do not use a polygraph either. So these are ways that Minnesota is keeping almost 800 people detained in this prison facility, as Tiffany said, at $112 million a year. There's also the misuse of the mental health diagnosis. Pretty much almost every individual that is in there is diagnosed with a personality disorder, typically antisocial personality disorder, which we see overuse in the prison systems as well. A criminal conviction is not required. The American Psychiatric Association has also condemned the use of these mental health diagnoses like the antisocial personality disorder or paraphilic disorders for use for civil commitment. The state of Minnesota does not release individuals when they are considered no longer highest risk. Other states, however, do. MSOP does not use a medical model or call them patients, they call them clients. Nancy Johnston, who is the executive director of the entire program, has said that the clients there do not experience symptoms of mental illness that require psychiatric treatment. Therefore, they are not assessed by psychiatrists, they are assessed by psychologists. And the criteria to get committed is extremely low. The criteria to be released is extremely high. And it's for something that they might do. It has nothing to do with their current crime because they already, they've committed anything, they've served their prison time. This is for what they might do. So what's next? Is it going to be people with DUIs? Is it going to be, who else will they start committing as part of prevention? We also have a lot of human rights concerns within the facility and across the nation and other facilities as well. There's the use of excessive force. They use mace, they use solitary confinement, they have restraints. There's inadequate medical care. I know we've attended quite a few different care conferences for detainees on the inside just to get them proper medical care, where their nursing staff will simply say, get some rest, push fluids, and come back in a month. They don't really get checked out. So there have been some pretty serious issues with that. There is also a failure to address and prevent harassment between the detainees and the staff. I have heard staff, when I worked there, say some of the most horrible, racist, bigoted things to these individuals. They don't care. MSOP definitely censors free speech. The guys inside right now can't even say the words end MSOP without getting written up. They have prevented them from peaceful assembly and protesting, so they're not allowed to do that anymore. There's obviously a lack of privacy. There's shared living areas, and most of the individuals there are double bunked in their room. They have to go through searches whenever they leave the facility to go to an outside doctor's appointment. And when they come back in, there's also inadequate help. There's inadequate legal representation, education, there's inadequate rehabilitation efforts on the inside. When a client does get provisional discharge, they have to then do sex offender treatment from an accredited facility. So MSOP is not accredited and they cannot be released on full discharge until they complete another program. There's the reliance on punishment versus therapy. administration will change policies constantly that will affect everyone involved. So if, like with the change of policy for the peaceful assembly, they changed it to saying that if they protest or say anything negative about MSOP, it goes against their policy of a therapeutic environment. There's an inflation of rule violations that affect the consideration for release or even just a reduction in custody to go to CPS. If you take a cookie from the dining hall, it's stealing state property, stuff like that. So then when judges and attorneys look at their paperwork, it looks like they've really committed, you know, like they're just out of control, and it doesn't tell the true picture. There's a deliberate omission of tracking pro-social behavior. They don't write reports on all the good things that they see the detainees doing. It's always written for what they consider the bad things. There's treatment phases and tiers that are used as punishment and can be taken away at any time for any kind of rule violation. So you could end up being a tier 4 or 5, end up getting written up for something small, and they drop you back down to tier 1 or 2. And administration does, they call everything counter therapeutic. So it's, like we said, I don't know how this looks like therapy in any form. All right, effectiveness, the length of time at MSOP is just astonishing to see how long people have been there. 8.3% of the individuals have been there 26 plus years. There's over 100 individuals in there that are over the age of 65. Moose Lake has an actual geriatric unit that is filled with individuals who are in wheelchairs, on oxygen, can't walk, can't, you know, they're very sick individuals, but somehow they're still considered too dangerous to be released even to a nursing home. MSOP also has permanent variances around the statute to work around the things that, like the psychiatrist, that kind of thing. When I worked there, you don't have to be licensed. You just have to be considered license eligible. So if you have a degree in psychology or social work, it's considered license eligible, but you don't have to be licensed whatsoever. And I think, we already talked about it. It's not an accredited program, and it's based on MSOP's own program design. It's not a evidence-based program. All right, so MSOP has shown that there is 30 states do not have civil commitment programs. There's similar rates of sexual violence. Civil commitment gives communities a false sense of security, and there is no discernible difference between having civil commitment and not having it. It's estimated that MSOP reduces approximately 0.35% of sexual violence in Minnesota at a cost of over $100 million a year. They have the lowest recidivism rate, and most convictions are first-time offenses. For us, wanting to sunset and reinvest this $100 million a year into programs that have been proven to work, that have proven to show that this is how you reduce sexual crimes in your communities. There's a lot of institutional abuses, staff and administration. There's a significant nepotism. There's bias in hiring, promotion, and discipline among staff. You'll have people that, you know, their mom is their supervisor and their husband is works on the same unit as them, that kind of thing. There's retaliation for anyone speaking out, which I've witnessed firsthand quite a bit. There's sexual misconduct among staff members. There's abuse of authority. Corruption is very prevalent. There's smuggling of contraband. Right now, Moose Lake has people that have brought in the vape pens. They've brought in gummies for a while. Heroin was a big issue within the facility. And obviously the only way that stuff gets in there is staff bringing it in. But they don't seem to do anything about it.
There's also a lot of biases for the people who are committed to MSOP. You can see the comparison of MSOP and by state. People of other races are overrepresented. Black people are 2 times overrepresented, and Native and LGBTQ up to 5 times overrepresented. They also have over 24 transgender women, and they consider this a male-only facility. The risk criteria to get committed to is homophobic because they get a higher score for being homosexual. And it's more than just the person that is committed that this impacts. It impacts the family as well. I guess I didn't mention, I am a survivor too, and I have a brother that's been at MSOP for the last 18 years. And even out here, you know, we are facing the stigmatization, vigilante justice. I've told them this story when we first started our group that like my family's gotten death threats because they found out where my brother is, and it's just ridiculous. And the presentation right before this with the labeling, that just, you know, it limits people's support that they have because of everyone's ideas that they make in their head without knowing who the person is. Also having to get a job, having to get transportation, that's difficult, especially when they are reintegrating. And as Ruby mentioned too, like they need more therapy after they get out, along with the family too. Like it's hard having them away for that long, and that huge change of when and if they do come home. And then they have a separate section of reintegration. They call it community preparation services, which they don't actually prepare them for anything. It's basically the same thing as being locked up inside. They're not allowed to have cell phones or tablets or anything like that. Even in jails and prisons, they have tablets and texting and email, but at MSOP, they do not. Things that survivors of sexual violence want: support and prevention of sexual violence. Like I said, there's not a lot of money spent for preventing sexual crimes from happening, and there's not a lot of money for survivor groups. That's quite a large chunk of money that MSOP takes that would be better used for these types of programs. And it's not that this hasn't been looked into. They've tried to reform it. So that is why it needs to be shut down, because obviously nothing's changing. It's been a problem for 30 years. There's not very many people who get out, and it's just something we do not need to be wasting money on to keep people locked in. I've got our contact information up here too. These are the various groups that I guess we work really closely together. So the NMSOP group, that is made up of family members, friends, some professionals too. We have another committee too that's helping bring legislation. Ocean is the group of guys that are inside MSOP who pretty much started all the organizing, got all of us out here connected. So like they've played a really big part in this as well. And then Titus is the nonprofit that Ruby and I are part of, and we work to help other organizations that need it.
Thank you so much. I shared the Facebook in the chat if that's okay. There's one comment question. I haven't heard about civil commitment until today, but this is crazy to me. And then it's called civil commitment as it's volunteer or something. You did a great job in your presentation, covered everything amazing. This presentation definitely inspired me. I got some more stickers and MSOP stickers, so I'll send that to folks because they seem to really irk the locals and everything. So for I know I've kind of disclosure, I've had contact with the MSOP group because I think they're outstanding. But for everyone else, what kind of are other organizations that you work with, not just like the Titus and everything, and what are some events or campaigns that you have in the future?
In terms of other organizations, I guess, like we've worked with like Cure, War, Women Against Registry. We've had contact with them, and just a lot of professionals and people who have been working on this issue for a very long time. It's really cool to see everyone come together and everyone, working towards a common goal. And if Ruby, if you want to touch on some of the events and things, or if we have anything coming up.
Like we said, we have another, we work with another committee that's made up of quite a bit of professionals in different areas. They will be coming out with a report on MSOP, hopefully within the next couple of weeks. So we can get that to whoever would like to read that. It's pretty damning against MSOP, really shines light on the misuse of power, how the system simply is designed not to work. So we'll have that upcoming. We're also working on, we've been in contact with other ex-staff from other states that have worked in civil commitment. So we are working on kind of bringing people from the other states together as well to help them advocate for shutting down the ones that are in their states as well. It's kind of crazy to hear their stories and how it matches what Minnesota is so perfectly, that it's literally, they design these programs to just lock these people away and don't care at all. A lot of them are run very similar, and the stories are the same, how staff are, treat them, how, what you experience, what you hear. So hopefully we'll get some more things going on with that. We have been contacted by a couple of different reporters as well, hoping to do stories. So hopefully we'll see some of that too later, probably, I'm guessing springtime.
Right on.
Yeah. And I just want to address the comment that someone had said earlier, about not having heard about this. That is one of like the biggest challenges that we face, because it is such a huge secret. So, even like living in the state that has it, a lot of people here don't know about it. And just to find out, that it's all across the country and it's just as bad in all of these programs, and people just don't know. So it's a real uphill battle, but we're in it for the long haul.
What I find really shocking about it is the legislators that we've talked to that don't know, that don't understand what it is or what it's for or what it's been doing for 30 years. Like, you approve $100 million budget every year for this place and you don't know anything about it. It's just,
that's scary.
Blows my mind. Yeah.
Right on. Someone said it's like the exception clause in the 13th Amendment regarding slavery. That would be exactly because it is in this small town in Minnesota covered with swamp and everything, and you can't get there at all. You might, or people will know, but it is, yeah, exactly like that. It's like Minnesota's little hidden secret and daylight or something. So cool. You guys got a little time left if you want to say anything else or anything.
I don't think I really have anything else. I just, we appreciate being able to attend today. And yeah, definitely be connected to other people. If anybody wants additional information or anything like that, we're more than happy to send that out. Or if anybody wants to attend our bi-weekly coalition meetings, that would be great as well.
That sounds good. Oh, someone posted, presented in a bill in New Hampshire, the amendment without exception clause, and it has to be heard by the Senate then on a ballot. Or probably maybe bringing this up. Is there any action to put this on the ballot to close it or something? I'm just kind of reading.
We're hoping to get this in front of legislation next year.
Oh, right on. Sounds good. Cool beans. So thank you, you two. You guys are definitely inspiration and everything.
Thanks.
Thank you, Lucas.
Thanks. Yeah. All right. Our next presenter is, I'll just kind of go over it again. She's back. Dr. Leah Lani Kinikini, talking about armed self-defense in the Hawaiian Kingdom, speculative facts and legal deceptions of United States occupation. Sorry, I left my Dr. Leah is a critical culture researcher with a PhD degree from University of Auckland in Pacific Studies. She is a co-editor of the book series Liberatory Voices from Community Colleges and has recent chapters on Polynesian lowriders and lowrider studies, Reaper and Repin, Native Youth Justice. She is currently a director of the Institute for Research Engaged Scholarship at the University of Hawaii West Oahu, a position which allows her to continue to blend the arts of letters with the deep social impact of liberation actions. And I think she is on. You there? Yep, you're there.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, I'm up. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me and for the introduction, Lucas, and the reminders. I'm sorry I got here late. But I wanted to, it's a smaller kind of group, so I'm just going to kind of go through some of the research I've been doing on more so just the sovereignty in Hawaii and how it came to be occupied by the United States Defense Forces. And so it's mostly not highly well known. It is well known, but it's also very hidden that the United States is not the legal, does not have legal right to be here because there was a pre-existing and still is a kingdom that continues to exist as an independent state. So I kind of wanted to just mishmash together here a little bit of storytelling maybe and show some clips. I want to show my, there we go. Okay, so here we have kind of a Pacific center, ocean centered map of the Pacific or of the world. So you kind of can see the Pacific Ocean is very large. It's about a third of the globe's space, they reckon. And so the Pacific Islands, which are here scattered, you know, in the middle of this vast ocean, have been settled by Native, Aboriginal, original peoples, various timelines. So here in kind of Papua New Guinea and the island of Papua off of Australia, right here, it's a continental island. Agricultural evidence, archaeology is like they've been there 40,000 years. Here in the what they call near Oceania, it's about 5,000 years ago, and then the farther reaches here to Hawaii. And Rapa Nui, which is known as Easter Island, is you know, was settled by navigating seafaring nations. 2,000, 3,000 years ago. So Hawaiians have been in their islands for 2,000 years, at least. And that's, that Hawaii is kind of one of the most remote places on Earth, if not the most remote. So what is the United States doing here? It's not a good story. It's a bad story, actually. I just wanted to give some slides, and then we'll talk about the research I was doing on armed self-defense and gun control laws in Hawaii. So yeah, jurisdictions or the power to enforce laws vary. There's different types of jurisdictions and overlapping. There's a lot of administrative kind of agencies that have to do with the notion of sovereignty. So sovereignty is kind of split between land and sea. Originally, sea was a centuries-long debate over who owned the ocean or who had the right to be in these waters. And this is kind of coming down to the North Seas in Europe that started to set the governance systems and the customary law around basically the notions of what today has become sovereignty. So water is always like the boundary that it has been setting up what international law is. So I put this picture of this lighthouse because lighthouses have a lot to do with the projection of power, whoever was kind of control or setting up, these buildings that were preventing shipwrecks and things in commerce. Has a lot to do with how sovereignty is projected, quite literally. About 5 years ago, no, 6, 7 years ago, this sovereignty in Hawaii has long been known. It's been resisted, but there was a lot of denationalization and intentional covering up after the initial overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom. But this letter kind of it's a memo from an independent legal scholar who worked with the UN Human Rights Commission and kind of gave validation in a way. They weren't supposed to use the letterhead, but they went ahead and did it because they're a scholar. Anyways, that kind of leaves me, I just want to set up like so what is the Hawaiian Kingdom? Originally, this man was the high chief of all of Hawaii Island, Big Island, and then he, through a series of internal wars, united the main 8 kingdoms that were in Hawaii. So similar to kind of how some of the kingdoms in the olden William the Conqueror days, invading from another from the continent to England and that type of thing. So in the storytelling of the West or of Western Europe and kingdom building, this was the first king, and he began to negotiate treaties and agreements with, of course, the admirals of Great Britain and France and European powers. So European admirals who represented the crowns there were coming and through the Pacific because of commerce and they were duty bound to create treaties so that their ships, when they would come, would be provisioned and allowed free passage. So this was the man that was negotiating with those first rounds. Captain Cook, Captain Vancouver, all these men are admirals on ships owned by the state, the kingdom of, the Kingdom of Great Britain. So after Kamehameha the First, he's here, then his son, and then the line changes because there were no more heirs, and so their constitution at the time, they had to choose another king from a group of nobles, and then so the line kind of switches, but these are the 3 different dynasties to Queen Liliuokalani, the first female or the first queen, and she was inherited, I guess, the crown from her brother, And she was the one who, under protest, because there was an invasion, this was kind of a mastermind. He's the guy on the right. Sanford Dole was the son of missionaries, the Dole family, and they acquired a lot of land here, and then he became a plantation magnate, and he was like, hey, we need more land. And so the solution that him and a group of like eight other plantation magnates got together and kind of influenced, leading up to kind of the overthrow in 1893, began to kind of set things up because they were already in positions of government power. So they kind of started just basically leading up to the overthrow, setting everything up to where the United States Navy, which since 1844, so for 50 years, had been present through leasing lands that were in Honolulu Harbor as their coaling station. They had warships in Honolulu Harbor. And so in 1893, those warships landed 163 Marines who were armed, and they came and they basically forced the Queen to assign her authority. And then after that, it's the slow accretion of power, where from 1893 to 1900, the U.S. Congress, there's a provisional government, and then led by the man on the right, Sanford Dole, and then the provisional government it basically sets itself up to be the Republic of Hawaii. So he is the president of the Republic of Hawaii. They passed some land laws in 1895 that start to transform land. Well, basically, that's when they start usurping what's known as the crown lands, which were the private lands of the monarch of the time, which the monarch could treat as private lands, but there were a lot of crown lands that had native tenants. So a lot of the language from the introduction of British kind of land tenure systems into Hawaii all the way up until 1895 has a lot to do with kind of how William the Conqueror came over to England. There were already local chiefs set up that basically he and the Norman conquerors, colonizers, had to kind of take over. They did that in Ireland. So this kind of land tenureship system has a lot, it roots to the concepts there. So in the British Islands, or before that, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. And so the land really shifted, and I wanted to show land holding. Well, here's the power. The thing is about sovereignty in the 20th century, through the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, the notion of, 200 nautical miles from a shoreline belongs or is the territorial waters of that state, that land, whoever has sovereignty there. And so this really becomes why the United States really wants to be in the Pacific, because you have all this power over, or sovereignty basically over the resources. You have fisheries, nearshore resources, as well as far shore. You get into rights to deep seabed mining and things like that, all have to do with this notion of sovereignty of the sea. This is currently NOAA, the agency that has to do with commerce in the sea, because, they basically got sovereignty over these areas. So because Hawaii's here, and then they proclaimed a natural reserve over these other islands, it's kind of this situation where it sounds good, but what was the real intent? Yeah, maybe there's no catch and, conservation rules, but it's strategic geopolitical power is what they're looking for. Because on the one hand, you say have, these islands to the left, which they're uninhabited other than with animals and wildlife. But on the other hand, the 8 islands that people live on and that the military has been on for more than 100 years have been bombed. Kaho'olawe has, been target practice for a long time, until the 70s. Red Hill is a fueling station right here on Oahu that began leaking fuel into the water system, the water aquifer systems of our island, and poisoned many people 2 years ago and still leaking. Pearl Harbor continues to leak sewage like all the time. Anytime there's it's basically an environmental disaster, the military is. So it's just, one hand washes the other in terms of when you think, oh, NOAA is an agency that's, good for the environment. It's really a cover for commerce and military. So yeah, so what does this all have to do with, let me just grab another slide. So just to set up, this is the admiral who lives here, and he's currently in charge of the Indo-Pacific Command, and he reports to I think the Secretary of State, who, is on the president's cabinet. So the military is a branch of its own, but it's under the executive branch of the government, because the president in the United States is the commander-in-chief. So he's a military commander, military leader. So here we have the timeline. 1893, we have the 1900 Act of Congress, joint resolution that was an act of Congress that said, oh, Hawaii is now a territory. The Hawaiian Islands are a territory of the United States, and brought them in. Between 1903 and 1940s, there's a series of presidential proclamations that's leaning on the power of the sovereign to just say something and it just happens and not be questioned. So there was a lot of acreage that was just proclaimed through prescription, a legal term that means acquiring land throughout these years, either for federal purposes, and then when statehood came, the feds conveyed it back to the state of Hawaii, now that there was an entity called the state of Hawaii that could be in charge of these lands. So we have 1959 was the referendum vote where people in Hawaii were like, oh yeah, we want to become the 50th state. Mind you, they've been on the dole, literally, of the United States and just that it had become normalized, and the memory of that they had nation, a kingdom, actually had been really washed. The people that are in scholarship or in activism kind of in the 70s and 80s, it was starting to be remembered, but their parents and their grandparents, it was 2 generations of just what do you mean there's a kingdom? It was wiped from memory. So here's kind of where you see the presidential proclamations, and then the Hawaiian Homes Commission, which was through some of the territorial days. There was some acts that basically were ratified by Congress. I don't know if it's called ratification, but it was to kind of set up lands for Hawaiians to basically become leaseholders of lands that were held by the territory and later would be state lands, but in this particular Hawaiian Homes Commission. And so these lands, if you can see, the darker spots are where the Hawaiian homes are located. Where the most Native Hawaiians are showing up. So we have kind of a west side kind of lands that were for, so this is kind of Hawaii's version of a reservation, basically. And the east side, you have Hau'ula-Laie, and then over here, Waimanalo. So that's kind of how things go. And these lands, they're owned by the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and then they're leased to people who by law have to be 50% blood quantum Hawaiian. There's very few Hawaiians who are 50%. So unless you inherited the lease from your mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, if you're under quantum, under 50% Hawaiian, and you can't prove your genealogy, then you're not going to get a spot in line. People die waiting in line for land. So it's really part of this settler colonialism or just occupation that's going on. So let me just grab, I wanted to talk about, now tell some different stories. Okay. No, it's not what I'm looking for. Okay. So one thing that's interesting, okay, we have this US military occupation going on. And I just wanted to read how, and I'm just researching this. I'm not a military historian or anything, but I'll just give you a few statistics that my research has come up with. The Hawaiian Islands is a temporary or long-term home from, by my count, I could be wrong, but about a quarter of the population here is military, okay, because they work for the military. So 250,000 military personnel and their including their families would be about a quarter of the population. Maybe a little less than a quarter. The total population of Hawaii is 1.4 million. There's approximately 200 naval warships or air carrier ships that carry multiple airplanes, like battle airplanes, like missile airplanes. So there's 200 of those. This is headquarters for the Indo-Pacific Command. There's 1,500 aircraft in the Pacific Fleet that are here. 640 of those are assigned to the Pacific Marines. There's 420 of those aircraft are in the Pacific Air Forces, and the Army has 300 aircraft and 5 watercraft. In addition to commands in Japan, Korea, Alaska, and Hawaii, military installations are also in the US affiliated Pacific Islands of Guam, American Samoa, Marshall Islands, Federated States of Micronesia, and Palau. So this is really the US interest, is to occupy the islands in the Pacific. So that gives you, and then I haven't really gone deeply into how besides these battleships and these air carriers, like how many missile warheads and things like that. But that's my next step in this research, because yeah, so these are basically the armament for the United States Defense Forces that are here and in these other military installations across the Pacific, in Asia, Alaska. The Indo-Pacific Command is the US Pacific Fleet in the Indo-Pacific Command is the world's largest fleet command. And it's the whole area, it's area that it's over, area is encompasses 100 million square miles, nearly half of the Earth's surface. So this is the purpose of the Defense Force is to protect the United States, which is this little country in this continent of the Americas, this is pretty small, to protect the people in there from the rest of the world in this area. So it's very major. It's a very major military occupation and the longest running military occupation in modern terms. So what happens now is I'm trying to do research, and it's interesting, the fireworks, fireworks are illegal. Aerial fireworks are illegal in Hawaii, yet every year at New Year's, not on 4th of July, New Year's is the big fireworks holiday, where besides all this, these are all illegal fireworks. nothing really is done about it. Fireworks, and interestingly, there are no fireworks really like this on 4th of July. Nobody celebrates 4th of July here, except for the military bases. But in the neighborhoods, people are investing heavily in fireworks. And so it's kind of just a well-known thing here that New Year's is the big fireworks and July 4th is not much. And so, whoops, I wanted to show kind of just some, these are all illegal, mind you. And then I wanted to just maybe end on this New Year's. We had, well, I'll go here, Hawaii. Currently, Hawaii has like some of the strictest gun control laws. Number 5 in the country for gun law strength. We also have the lowest rates of gun deaths. Like guns are not, I'm gonna read a little bit of why why guns are not that important here as far as like gun ownership. So when, so Hawaii has the strictest, also has some of the strictest gun laws in the US, sustained by recent Act 30. Present limited open carry laws from the Hawaiian Kingdom law continues to be upheld, although they don't say this, by district court judges via the recent en banc case of George K. Young versus the state of Hawaii. Gun violence is not embraced here, and this is associated with Queen Liliuokalani's surrender under protest to the illegal armed invasion of 1893. To quote Queen Liliuokalani from the time, and these are taken from records that after the overthrow, President Cleveland sent an emissary to come see what happened, and he was going to reinstate the Hawaiian Kingdom, but then he was voted out of office, and then the Philippines War came. So I think we're almost to time, but I just wanted to end with Queen Liliuokalani's what she said at the time. She said, "Now, to avoid any collision of armed forces and perhaps loss of life, I do, under protest and impelled by said forces, yield my authority until such time as the government of the United States shall, upon the facts being presented to it, undo the action of its representative and reinstate me in the authority which I claim as the constitutional sovereign of the Hawaiian Islands." So even when there were attempts after the overthrow to reinstate her from the royalist side, some of the other royals were like, no, they took some Greeks were here and they wanted to help the queen. They were loyal to the queen. They had arms. They were about to fight this battle. And then other royals who were part of the royal house said no and threw those guns in the ocean. So it's kind of just been this ongoing like anti-violent value that the queen upheld, and then that Hawaiians kind of continue to uphold and to do things peaceably. So yeah, the en banc case, that's a case that recently came through that basically says the judges who ruled on it, it was a split decision, but they were basically like, you can't carry it based on Hawaii's long kind of history. They don't say this in their opinion, but they would have had, they go back to, all the laws here go back to the Hawaiian Kingdom Day laws. And the Hawaiian Kingdom Day laws was there wasn't open carry unless you were part of the government. So you had to have a license to have open carry in the public square, that they call, and that is still upheld today by US courts, knowing like full well that the law they're citing is laws of another country. But as they say, one has to hand wash the other. So it's just interesting. I'm tracking it and just wanted to share it today as just a contribution to this conference. So I think my time is up.
Yeah, just 2 minutes over, but but yeah, just for the presentation, but you have 8 minutes for questions and everything. I've never been to Hawaii, but I have a great affinity for its future sovereign and independence-ness for it. If you want to talk a little bit about if any like um resistance movements in Hawaii, and I know that I saw my phone told me that there is some law or something passed in Hawaii regarding that foreigners cannot buy land anymore in Hawaii or something. If you want to speak on that.
Yeah, so one of our state representatives, I don't know if I think he might be a state senator. Anyways, so he's put that forth. And it's been talked about before because foreign investors or just people moving have driven the average price of a home now is like over $800,000. And that's for real. Like if you go look on Redfin for housing in Hawaii, it's ridiculous. So there is that. I don't know what's going to happen with that. And how whether it's even enforceable if they put that on the books. But yeah, so resistance, like I said, I'm just curious more about like armed resistance, and that's kind of what my research is starting to look at. And given the on-bank case of George K. Young, he's in Big Island, and he was like, I think he's actually there's a lot of people here who joined the military, Hawaiians included, like Pacific Islanders included. I think Samoa has the highest number of like, yeah, anyway, so there at the same time, there's a lot of military families in the military. So he was, I think, in the military, and he basically said, he believes he has a constitutional right to carry in Hawaii County. And Hawaii County was like, no, actually on our laws, you don't. So he was challenging it. And that's when his case went all the way to the district, I guess. Like an on-bank case is where all the judges of the federal side have to look at the case and rule it. So he was appealing that way. And the decision was split. Some were like, there is no way you should be able to carry in the public square, and other judges were like, based on like Hawaii's history, I can't remember the language, I wrote it in this paper, but it was basically, they didn't say it out front, but I'm suggesting in this research like that they know they have gone back and read the Hawaiian Kingdom Constitution, which does not have open carry. You can assemble, not bring your guns to the assembly in the public square, what they call the public square. So then I was just postulating and speculating, okay, but for private property, what does that mean? Because you can own guns and your private property, defend your private property, then complicate that. Okay, what if there's these not nuances, but pretty black and white laws around that have been transgressed, that basically there's all this crown lands that's been usurped. And like under the 1895 laws, those are still technically the private lands of the king, or, even though there's no current king. But so then if Hawaiians start looking at things that way, how could they organize and self-organize and kind of look at just the history of kind of lands, because the state lands, public lands, and then the Hawaiian government lands that were usurped and the crown lands that were usurped have this kind of, you can pinpoint when things were being, messed around with. So what does that mean? It's curious to me though that overall there's not a whole lot of like gun movements. There's a lot of hunting, and I think there is potential to understand self-defense quite differently, but I think like people have to dig into like why things are the way they are right now with the counties and their gun permits. But also, I mean, we're just so like, could you really have like a resistance that's armed when you've got the US military and billions of dollars of warships around you? Could you?
Mhm.
So you have to
Yeah.
also jurisdiction, there's federal, there's state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, thank you so much, uh, Doctor. I was find your all this stuff interesting. It's because it's all we've it's just interesting that U.S. has these tiny little bits of empire in Pacific and everything, and it doesn't just go away because like Hawaii became a 50th state, or you only hear about fucking Pearl Harbor, or bananas or whatever, and there, it just happens all the time. It's amazing. So thank you so much for speaking. I always look forward to your presentations.
Yeah, thanks, Lucas.
Next, we have Ian Mahoney. Ian Mahoney will discuss Towards a Hopeful Justice, Transformative Justice for Women with Convictions. Dr. Ian Mahoney is a senior lecturer in criminology and co-chair of the Critical Criminology and Social Justice Research Group at Nottingham Trent University. His research adopts a cultural criminological lens and is focused around understanding and addressing the harms and impacts of crime and contact with the justice system across diverse groups, including minorities, communities, women with convictions, and individuals convicted of sexual offenses. He has recently co-edited a collection, Holistic Responses to Reducing Reoffending, which explores theoretical and conceptual ideas and practical examples of ways holistic opportunities can promote resistance, including reoffending and supporting effective resettlement and reintegration.
Thanks very much, Lucas. And apologies to those that presented early on. I was on a train back home from London. We just had an away day for exploring some of these ideas that I'll be talking to today with some of my colleagues on the project. And this project is really very much a collaborative project going on between a research team embedded in a variety of universities across the UK, as you can see here. We've got a link in the Ministry of Justice in the UK, but not so much, well, not in his case, in terms of that punitive capacity that we often see when we think about the state apparatus in relation to justice. In his case, his work is very much around legal aid, legal support, and opening up the opportunities for people to feel supported and not necessarily about punitive consequence that we regularly see. So I'm at Nottingham Trent. There's two members of the team at London South Bank, someone at Central School of Speech and Drama, and we've got lots of other partners too. Our work is part of a broader strand of work being undertaken under an umbrella project run by an organisation called the Nuffield Foundation to try to understand communities. And their approach is to try to understand what brings communities together, how we overcome some of those challenges, issues around, for example, negotiated space, senses of belonging, shared meaning and understanding, and forming and maintaining bonds and networks. But over and above them, all of our other organisations have strong links towards advocacy and activism. Restoke hosting things, and I'll speak a bit more about the location in a few minutes. At a site that they don't quite own, but the space that they rent and the space that they've renovated. And everybody else, Staffordshire Women's Aid, focusing around domestic abuse support and support for women who have been affected by justice system contact. Clean Break, an arts giving group. We've got two amazing facilitators from there. And then Ride Out Stoke, who again, another justice-focused organisation, but locally focused in Stoke. I've just realised you can all see my curtains behind me, and they're not mine, they're my son's. I've been relegated to his room while my long-suffering wife is in the living room, which is about 10 o'clock here, so she's actually getting her feet up for a bit. So in terms of this project, the research team came together as part of a big sandbox event, and we are all either feminist and or abolitionist scholars within the team, and that very much underpins our ethos. Whilst we're focusing our work upon supporting people who have come into contact with the justice system, we would like to extend that much further to supporting groups who are at risk of that as well. My wider work around holistic responses is about moving towards strengths-based responses, accepting the fact that at times consequence is needed, but focusing much more on habilitation, integration, and settlement. I deliberately don't use the "re" on those because, as we're all well aware, the people that are targeted by justice interventions are rarely settled. They're rarely integrated into communities. And so we very much need a reparative response to those challenges. So the project itself is 2 years long, but we're working towards building a self-sustaining community beyond the lifetime of the project, with a view to us continuing to support the group through that process and beyond. And lots of different phases here as we try to make sense, not just as to our own project, but actually the broader narrative that we engage with in terms of what transformative justice is, some of those competing and challenging narratives around the process as it's evolved from transitional communities and conflict societies, as well as those dominant narratives emerging from the US around the need for abolition of the existing justice frameworks. So drawing very much on works around that. We've been working with a range of transformative justice activists, experts, practitioners in the UK and around the world. I think some of the people we've actually worked with, I got in touch with after this event last year. I joined through a growing interest in transformative justice personally and through the project. Did a systematic review of existing academic literature around what works to try to make sense as to that whole idea of what works in transformative justice, but not in this sort of what works in a criminal justice sense, but because we want to understand the theories and principles behind it. And there's a growing body, encouragingly, from an academic side of work, which is exploring transformative justice in practice through the academic side and translating this academic into policy and practice. And that's really encouraging and really nice to see that it's not just isolated groups, but there's some coherent, joined up narratives and people coming together over and above through the conference. In terms of the main activities we've been doing arts-based community workshops. So we formed a group. This was the poster that we advertised with originally, to try to bring people together across the city, with a view to forming a network. And the first half of the project was about laying the foundations. So we deliberately didn't advertise specifically for people who had been justice affected at this stage. We wanted to make sure that when somebody joined, they weren't going to be stigmatized. We weren't going to see the aspects of labeling that were discussed earlier really nicely coming through, and that we wanted a group that was receptive to change and wasn't going to be acting in a judgmental fashion, because the people that have been joining more recently, the women that have been joining more recently, have been justice affected. Many of them are traumatized through, for example, domestic abuse and sexual violence. And so we needed to make sure that there was somewhere safe for them to come and join. Over and above that, we've conducted focus groups trying to understand this process with a view to developing a toolkit that can support other groups doing the same thing, freely available once the project is done. And we'll run some training sessions through the project too. And then we want to work in policy and practice exchange as well, so that we're not just thinking about the local change we can affect, but actually what can we do to transform the justice system. To give you a bit of context around Stoke-on-Trent as a city, historically it's been known as the Potteries, which is part of its legacy around the pottery industry. So you'll see on a later picture some sort of sketching of a pot bank, these big, huge bottle ovens that people would create huge amounts of pottery, and this would get shipped all around the world. So you'll sometimes hear locally of the plate turners and people that turn their plates over, no matter where they are in the world, to say, yes, is this from Stoke? And there's still a good chance that it will be. Companies like Steelite, for example, or Churchill China, still exporting around the world. But Stoke suffered massively. So huge industrial decline throughout the city from the 1970s onwards, as the embedding of neoliberal practices in the UK under Thatcher, and you'll all be well aware of what these practices look like in the US from Reagan onwards, stripped out the industrial heartland. So we saw the outsourcing of production overseas, but also this idea of competition stripping away the welfare state and that support for people. Nowadays, the city's got high levels of deprivation across all measures around crime, education, literacy, housing challenges. And this has been made worse by consecutive 13 years of funding cuts centrally in government. And I'm not sure if anybody realises this, but lots of UK councils are now declaring bankruptcy or effective bankruptcy because there is not a central government block grant coming in, and the funds have dropped down so low in the local communities that they cannot maintain core services any longer. And so libraries, for example, that used to be publicly run are now being run by small groups, local community hubs, local swimming pools are closing down, and other buildings too, municipal buildings. So in this case, that has opened up sort of a space for rupture as well. So the building we're using is Fenton Town Hall. It was built in the pottery's ages, about the 1900s, and given to the community by one of the pottery owners, who invested in the building as a way of giving back to them, opening up green space as well. And Stoke's slightly unique in terms of the volume of public spaces and parks, for instance, that are freely accessible due to that philanthropic endeavour. I'm not saying that philanthropy is inherently a good thing or a bad thing at this point. I'm well aware that it's underpinned by the exploitation of huge numbers of people. Amazon, Jeff Bezos, etc., being prime examples of this. But the space closed down in 2012 under austerity, and at that point in time, it was the site of Fenton Magistrates Court. So we've repurposed this space. Upstairs is a huge, beautiful ballroom, dance space, creative space that's used, and downstairs is a community cafe. So it is becoming very much a community hub for people in the area, including our project as we seek to transform understandings of and attitudes and approaches to justice. And throughout the city, there's a very strong sense of identity and solidarity. And to give you the context around justice and women in the justice system in the UK, whilst women account for half the population, they account for just 5% of the prison population. And despite that, they are nearly 15% of deaths during post-release supervision, and over a third of those are self-inflicted deaths. There is something very, very wrong with our justice system when women are disproportionately likely, firstly, to come out of prison and die. Secondly, for this to be self-inflicted, but also in many cases to go to prison in the first place. Because if we look at the nature of the challenges that the women in our justice system face, this is often underpinned by histories of traumatic experience from childhood, issues around sexual abuse and domestic abuse from childhood through to adulthood. Huge levels of coercion as well and manipulation in there. And it's well established in the literature and what we know about the justice system as a whole that there are significant intersectional overlaps, so gender, social class, and race in particular, much like is experienced across the US. And these challenges are compounded for women of colour in the UK, so women of Black communities in particular, but also British Asian communities. Now, we know that family and friends give crucial integration settlement support for people with convictions. It's a great project going on around building this support for women, or for men actually in this case, coming out of prison, to make sure that family are there right the way through that journey. I mean, the crucial thing to bear in mind here is that the British state has a habit of trying to withdraw in those situations where they prove something might work, i.e. family can step in. But all the evidence says, no, the state has a responsibility and needs to maintain that responsibility if they want to send people to prison. They need to invest there. If they don't want to spend the money there, they shouldn't be sending people to prison, which is a much more desirable response. Community responses, we know, are the most effective in addressing the causes of any offending behaviour, but particularly female behaviours. And we can see this in terms of the nature of some communities. So, for example, British Asian communities, if someone has a conviction, are much less likely to be reconvicted further down the line, partly because of the nature of British Asian communities, very close-knit communities. But we also know there's no real meaningful support for justice-affected women in the UK. And I'm using that term, women with convictions and justice-affected, alternately here, but we're broadly speaking to a population who have been affected by contact with justice systems throughout the UK. So where are we now? We're about halfway through. So we've done a lot of the systematic review. We've done our interviews and focus groups with practitioners. The first round of interviews and focus groups with women with lived experience. Community workshops, we've just moved into the point where we're integrating, and that's posing some very new challenges for us. And in the background to all of this, there's some quality of life surveys being undertaken as well to explore the benefits that forming and maintaining a network like this can have for everybody involved. And these are, broadly speaking, the key themes emerging from it. And hopefully some of these might be useful to some other people, but equally we're very keen to get feedback from others around actually, do you think there might be other areas we think that haven't been covered, and that actually in your experience, it could be something to explore for us. I'll go through these very briefly because I'm going to run out of time very quickly if not. And Lucas, please do tell me if I am going to. We know that attitudes to justice vary significantly across society, and we found this really early on. We've had staunch abolitionists join the group, and we have had people who work and have worked in the justice system in a variety of capacities, but realise there is a need for change. And this has posed some interesting challenges and potentially fractious debates in the group. When the focus group, one of the abolitionist members said that she was self-moderating her views and sharing those because of the perception in her mind that people might laugh at her and say, no, you're being too utopian. And it was really interesting looking at that because the other members of the focus group that were there said, no, we want to be challenged. You need to give us this because we need to understand what we're doing and how the harms are embedded in society and how we haven't necessarily critically engaged with this previously. And across society in the UK, as we've seen in much policy and practice in the US, penal populism dominates a lot of the attitudes. We can link some of that perhaps to Brexit and some of these very populist ideals around the failings of the state, and relatively easy to digest, relatable narratives for some people. It's not to say people aren't engaging critically, but the narratives being put forward relate to them, and it's quite easy to speak emotively and sell those stories, as opposed to speaking to facts and meaningful change. And we see punitive consequence right the way through. And this is one of the things we really want to challenge, this idea that someone's done something wrong and therefore we've got to punish them, rather than trying to learn and understand the situation, the causes, and what's underpinned that. Justice in action as well, so that's changing. This idea of small steps has become very much embedded in the group in terms of what they can do, the small actions they can do to support people who have been affected by justice, and to challenge people where they might be at risk of that as well. So taking accountability, for example, for things that happen in their own communities. Very much a need for community-focused and led frameworks. So we're embedded in a local community, and we want to see this embedded in local change. And this is going to be an interesting sort of position to take forward because the 18 months we've got to work with the network won't allow it to become fully established. So that's why we're focused heavily around building some of these points. And quite early on, we began to get feedback that we've just begun to change people's views and attitudes. This quote was from a now retired nursery nurse. And that's a population that historically, in a working class community, often having relatively, I say this broadly speaking, in the UK, punitive mindsets. But actually said, no, this is good. This is opening up ideas that I hadn't thought about. And this person was very much reliant on the idea that we need the state to intervene. We need social workers. We need teachers. And not what can we do as a family? What can we do as a household? How can I challenge my own behaviours and open up space for somebody else to step into that space and feel supported? And that feeds really nicely into this idea that who is accountable and for what. So yes, okay, there is a degree of accountability for all of our actions, but what have we done as a community? What have we done as a society that has led to that person being in a position where they have committed that act? How have the education system failed, the social support system, the welfare system? Has that child been through the care system? Have they experienced domestic abuse, and what's gone wrong in the support or the lack of support since then that has led to them engaging in some of these deviant and criminal behaviours, or criminalised behaviours rather? And what can we do as a community to integrate, to support and settle people? What can we do to open up that space for people to come forward, to feel safe and say, you know what, something's going on here. Something's going on that can support me. What we're finding in the background to us is lots of similar work going on elsewhere in communities, but it's not all joined up. So we're currently thinking as a group about how we can actually facilitate some of these contributions. But this takes time. As you'll all be well aware, we're fighting long-term battles. And the project's been designed to run over 18 months. them in the UK around at least 18 to 36 months. We have a number of poverty truth commissions, for example, addressing transformative practice. We've done this both to build the network, to have these discussions on ideas, but to encourage deep thinking in the group as well. So it's not just a case of go away, do a bit of homework, come back the next week like we might see in the academy, but go work on an idea for a few weeks, develop it, change your understanding, build that trauma-informed practice and your understanding of trauma-informed practice. And right the way through our workshops, we've had people from Women's Aid there to provide support, but we've specifically run sessions around trauma-informed practice and trauma-involved conversation as well, so we don't risk harming others, and we lead with kindness as a result. And of course, time's also problematic because people are busy. Their lives, whether that be caring responsibilities, work responsibilities, limits their ability to engage in voluntarism, which largely limits the survivability of groups like this as well, because there's a significant degree of investment required on a personal level to keep coming back. And so it's really important to establish a friendly, welcoming space that people will say, yes, that's something I want to do. As I said, community is a site of desistance, resettlement, or site of desistance, settlement, change, and desistance again is that important, according to my slide. And the community is vital in this. So, I mean, communities are bounded, right? So there is an in-group and an out-group within this, but it's a case of breaking down these boundaries and opening up space for local justice. So we've got childcare available for anyone that needs it, and at the end of each session, regardless of their affluence, we have a community meal and we bring people together to have just more informal conversations over food, and that's been really important. Someone with lived experience joined at our last workshop, and over dinner, she discovered that she lives not far from two of the other participants, and they gave her a lift home, for example, even in that short period of time. So that background informal dialogue, and that background informal network building and sense of community and solidarity is really, really important to us. And this is all within the same building as well. So that the community cafe does meals. It can facilitate everything. I think I've done funerals recently, using the space. There's all sorts of shows that go on upstairs to get different people in throughout the different projects. And this really resonated when someone said this to me. This same person is a very active individual. They're at university. They're studying to be a psychotherapist. They have children who are justice affected and children who are have got things like autism and ADHD. So they've seen the intersection between these challenges. And so that drives part of their activism, but it's absolutely the volunteers who are keeping the community together here in the absence of the state, and that withdrawal of support from the state within this. And right the way through our work, we're borrowing very much from the disability advocacy mantra around nothing about us without us, and so we've had lived experience embedded from the start. Two of our three facilitators, one of the research team, Sarah, she's one of the facilitators. We have two justice effective facilitators who from Clean Break, artistic practitioners, some that have done really well and set exceptional models of what can be done when people are given the right opportunities, even where they've been justice affected. So one of them, for example, starred in a UK TV show called Top Boy. They both star on the stage, they've had film premieres, and they've written plays, performed in plays all over the country, which is really encouraging because this is helping them build a wider skill set. So we're seeing the benefits for them, but also that approachability and that recognition from them of other people in the community. And whilst we didn't advertise for justice affected people in the first community, what's emerged is that trauma, abuse, and justice have played profound lives of people across their engagement with the project and previous to that as well. And so the feedback we're getting is it's a friendly group, it's an engaging group. People want to come, they want to belong here. And this is really important because lived experience is missing from policy and practice. There's a constant drive for we want experience in policy and practice across the UK, but it doesn't realistically manifest itself. And so we want to make sure that everything we do is led by that experience. As I said, huge trauma within the community. People have been arrested.
Dr. Mahoney,
people have been...
over time.
Okay, that's fine. I'll skip through to just this final point on hopeful justice. And this is an activity we've done with the group, coming up with a situation where through some of our activities and soundscapes, Feel free to scan the QR code. They've co-created some resources that are publicly available, trying to get people to reimagine what justice could look like to them as part of broadening out that conversation. I'll stop there, but more than happy to take any conversations now or afterwards. Thanks, Lucas.
Yeah, thank you. I was thank you for the great opportunity. I'm with a convict criminology group, and we have comrades in England as well. If you ever need resources on folks that have, because part of transformative justice, I believe, I think you had a slide of like trying to find other variables is obviously education, everything. And as for me, as being justice impacted and being a PhD student has considerably always like suffered different barriers and different weird loopholes of trying to navigate whatever that would that's very very important. But I mean it's all education. There's nothing but just transformative justice and praxis, and everyone grows, we all grow, and then the system has changed for the better and everything. I also want to comment on the what that person said about self-moderating and like creating or bringing up utopian things. I've totally been there, because that's almost like an internal labeling theory. It's like, well, no one's going to care what I think. Like, my PO says I'm garbage. The man thinks I'm garbage. Like, whatever. Like, I don't have anything to offer and everything. And I don't know if there's a way or word or something that we as transform justice scholars create that we're not blank, or not censoring you, or not like, even if you say that, people are still not, because they don't believe you, because they've had so many like walls in front of them and everything. But in the end, I was asked to that person eventually like gave the utopian, what we would call like utopian needs or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, she's a great character, and she's an arts-based activist herself, so she does an awful lot of work around the city, and her engagement with the project is limited because of that arts-based practice. But even from the outset, I think there was a conversation around, someone was talking about parameters. It was like, the parameters are fine. It's good to have parameters because it gives us some sense of guidance. And we're not talking about let's strip away prisons and then not have a way of looking after ourselves and looking after communities. It's about building that community accountability. And I think a couple of us had to step in and moderate some of those conversations back and forth at some point to help get them the idea across that abolitionism is a utopian. It should never be realizable. We should always have something we can do differently. Like, this shouldn't be it. This shouldn't be as good as it gets. And I think the participant in question, she took a lot of confidence from this idea of we need to be challenged. And after they said that in the focus group, you could see her pushing people a bit more readily in the group. They'd say something around, we've got people coming in, this other group was like, no, they're not other. They are part of this community. And the rest of the group would take that step back and begin to reflect on it. So it was really nice seeing that filter through from her perspective as well, and sort of say, you know what, I can do this. I may be young. These people, this community I'm engaged with may vary, but I can get that message across, and I can help to shape ideas and attitudes.
Right
It's
on.
been really good fun.
Yeah. I don't know, you can answer this in 4 minutes, but has there been so I know in the United States there's this trend almost, especially on LinkedIn and Twitter or whatever social media. It's like everyone's jumping on the transformative justice bandwagon. Like, they used to be very restorative justice, and now they found this next thing, transformative